Can anybody say cheap quartzite crystals? Morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome to you all. Howdy. Yeah, reset day was interesting, wasn't it? Reset day was interesting. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm just finishing my repost for the morning while I drink through my coffee. How we doing, everybody? Good morning, all. The subtle blizzard change to the what was it called? The Shaping Fate. The Shaping Fate drop rate on quartzite crystals. Oh boy, did that. There's only one word for it: explode. We'll look at some stats in a minute. I've already had a sneak peek at them this morning, but they changed the rate. Yeah, instead of the Shaping Fate weekly chest giving you a single quartzite crystal, it now gives you 5, which has meant that the price of quartzite crystals basically cut in half yesterday. The supply doubled, the price halved. That's why I have so many in my bags. Yeah, out of nowhere people were getting like crazy amounts of them, and it also triggered a lot of people to just go, ooh, let me jump on all my alts and let me do Shaping Fate on all my alts, because quartzite crystals are really expensive still. But of course, they tanked pretty quickly. I don't think I've ever spent more on quartzite crystals in a single day than I did yesterday. Let me switch over just real quick to the main game. You can see my bags right now are, in fact, hang on, let's get rid of this real quick. You can see in my bags I stocked up on some cheap quartzite crystals before I went to bed yesterday. My smart average buy on nearly 2,500 quartzite crystals is now 850 gold. They were going for ridiculously cheap. Now, my concern is that the trend will keep going in a downwards direction. So it was a bit of a risk buying some. But the only significant change was that the only significant change was the Shaping Fate being like 5x the amount of quartzite crystals you get for it. But that's a weekly. What I feel this is going to do even more so is bring a massive surge of quartzite crystals on reset day, and then it's even more of a drip feed throughout the rest of the week, because once people have done their Shaping Fate, most people don't have much desire to go back to Quarthia. They're certainly not actively choosing to farm quartzite crystals. And if quartzite crystals are now all of a sudden worth half as much as they were before, there's 50% less incentive to go out and specifically try and farm these things. So people might get their 5 from their weekly quest, throw them up on the auction house, but I don't think we're going to see an increase in supply throughout the rest of the week. Obviously, there'll be a tail to it, because not everybody does their Shaping Fate on the first day. But the surge of crystals would have been yesterday. And I was relatively confident spending a few mil buying some up yesterday. But the prices are, and not only the prices, but the quantity of them. This is Turin Mill. This is one of the largest EU realms. There is over 9,000 quartzite crystals now on the realm, which is a bit bonkers. The daily is 3, but the daily is RNG, and the daily was already 2, so that's only a 50% increase on the weekly. I'm aware the other sources had a small tweak, but the big change was the Shaping Fate quest, or the box you get. What's it called? The Death's Advanced War Chest or something. The loot box that you get from completing Shaping Fate is where the lion's share of these Korthite crystals comes from. But it's yeah, I think it's a good thing. Overall, it's only a good thing. There's one significant problem with all of this, though, and the heavy-handed approach by Blizzard to fixing the Korthite crystal price is going to piss off a lot of people that have crafted legendaries. Because out of nowhere, every single rank 5 and 6 that you had crafted is worth about 40,000 gold less than it was just 2 days ago. Which is going to be a bit of a bad thing for a lot of people. I don't know, is the daily RNG still? I did it for my 6 toons and all of them got 3 crystals. Maybe they have just made it so that it's always the broker quest and it always gives you X amount. Maybe if that's the case, we're going to see 4 500 gold Korthite crystals by the end of the week. I'm happy to kind of ride the wave down on this one because luckily I've got enough gold on the realms that I play now that I don't worry about it too much. The way I deal with crafting nowadays is less of a case of what did it cost me to craft the thing, and more of a case of what does it cost me to recraft that thing when I sell it. Because I focus on turnover, so you can kind of ride the wave down without taking too much of a hit. I haven't opened yesterday's mailbox though. Now, I literally cashed out on my bank toon yesterday on buying the Korthite crystals before I went to bed. But I didn't open my mailbox. And my mailbox is pretty full. I can categorically guarantee this is the biggest mailbox in a single day that I've ever had. In terms of liquid gold value. I think with the first 100 is... Let's get a reload on that. Showing 88 of 132. Let's wait till it shows 100. The first 100 out of 132 is 5.5 million gold. So my guesstimation is we're looking somewhere in the region of 6 to 7 million gold in sales yesterday. And with most of that being... I mean, there's a few small little there's a few low-level stuff in here, but for the most part, that was rank 4s, 5s, and 6s. So I'm going to be interested to open this and find out exactly what it is. I'm just trying to get my restock done. In regards to how frequently stuff is selling now, though, by no surprise to anybody, if you take 40,000 gold off the price of the legendaries overnight, guess what? People are quite interested in buying them. Relatively interested in buying their rank 5s and 6s when they're at a more... I mean, no longer are we... Also, I've changed my operations to be really aggressive on pricing, but the... When you start selling your rank 6s for 70, 80, 90,000 gold, guess what? People are more willing to buy them. 150,000 gold, yeah, not so much. So this big supply of Korthite crystals will probably get hoovered up pretty quickly. All my Rift caches had Korthite in them, got a record of 9 on one toon. That's pretty, yeah, that tells a tale, doesn't it? That tells a tale to why, like, literally overnight we saw... Or in one single day, we genuinely saw thousands of them hit the auction house. And the price just steadily went down and down and down and down and down. And there's a couple of choke points here where I feel these are where people had seen the cheap stock, thought that it was just, you know, an oddball and tried to buy them all out and reset. And they've reset to like 1,400 gold a couple of times. And then it just instantly goes back to like 800-900 gold. I would not be surprised if the increase to Korthite crystals lasts more than a couple of days, This weekend might be really fun. Saturday, Sunday this week might be really fun. If we end up with Corthite crystals at 500 gold apiece. Simply because more people will want to buy. There's probably lots of people that have got a bunch of Soul Cinders on their characters, but just haven't bought the rank 5s or 6s because it's not worth. But if they're legendary, if the rank 6 is now half as expensive to buy on the auction house, I would imagine there's a lot more people will be interested in buying them. The downside is it a little bit too late though, because most people, or as we are aware, at least 50% of the player base is no longer playing at the moment. So, maybe Blizzard should have done this like a few weeks ago. Doing it now is kind of like, well, maybe it's too late. Why are you getting into the legendary market on your hunt already? Go, Matthew. This is not the NA realm. This is not the NA realm. No. This is still Torin Mill EU. No, we have our NA1 up and running. He's still only level 30. We got some farming to do on this dude today. I want to get my auctions relisted in a small restock, and then we'll continue over on the NA. Blizzard heard the player feedback just a month too late. But they didn't hear the feedback though, and the problem is they knew it all along. This was very, without question, this was very calculated. Very calculated. I knew when they changed the quantity of Corthite crystals to be 40 on the PTR, I knew that was a number that wasn't just plucked out of thin air. I knew that was going to push the legendaries to be a price to where if you were to buy a token, you would buy your legendary. That was a business decision. That was a very business decision. They probably had they'd probably run the numbers on what would happen if we gave people 5 Corthite crystals in the weekly. They probably mathed this out. It feels very. Not often do I say this when it comes to Blizzard and like any profession / goal making side of things. But this feels very thought out. The problem is they've just done it too late. They usually hear feedback from players roughly 2 patches too late. True. Look at Conduit's update. Yeah, but that was baked into the Renown system. That was always happening. It's just people didn't know how it was going to work until it happens. That's assuming you're talking about the empowered Conduit things. Or are you just talking about Conduit energy that should just straight up be removed? But yeah, there are certain aspects where, yes, Blizzard are chasing their tail for sure, but this change feels relatively calculated. Oh, in terms of that you use the item and it only gives you the Conduit upgrades for that spec. Yeah. Yeah, it always felt really, really, really gross to me that as a primarily Beastmaster hunter who is never ever going to switch to survival, even if it becomes, you know, top of the DPS charts, that I could use a Conduit upgrade item and it would upgrade a Conduit that was specifically for survival. It just felt bad. It felt bad, especially when there was like there's just too many Conduits in the first place. But getting your good Conduits on a Demon Hunter with 2 specs versus a Druid was, well, that's true. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, 4 specs on a Druid compared to 2 on a Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunters were at a massive advantage, huge advantage when you think about it. Yeah. Farm difference for a Druid was 1 month longer than the Demon Hunter in 9.0. Ouch. Yeah. Well, that'll teach you for playing Druids, won't it? Oh dear. But yeah, by no surprises to anybody, you post your legendaries at a reasonable price because you can get the materials needed to craft them at a reasonable price, and well, people buy them. Who would have guessed it, yo? But we'll open the mailbox in a second. Let me clear this out. I want to 0 off my gold before I do it, and then we can see just how fruitful yesterday was. But I also took a little look at the Undermine journal as well. This tells a story, right? Look at this graph. This is just Tor and Mill. This is just what I sort of am slowly but surely considering my home realm. I'm still not. This is not my wealthiest realm, but it's the realm I'm focusing most of my time on. Just look at the supply of crystals over the last sort of day. I mean, they peaked the highest amount of Korthite crystals that were ever seen on this realm, or at least in recent time, was 6,000 crystals. It went to nearly double that yesterday. Literally overnight. Boom. Have a bunch of crystals. So in turn, the price went from a relatively steady 1,400 gold down to 800 gold, like in a day. Literally in a day. I managed to sell two max rank belt Legos for 270k before somebody dunked the price down to 150. Yeah, people. I got a few angry whispers yesterday because I'm one of the people that was dunking the price. I've been waiting for this to happen for a long time. I would rather sell more legendaries for less of a profit on every one, because to me the outlay of capital to craft the legendary is no longer an issue. So I'm more I don't care how much it costs me to craft the items so much. I care about the profit I can make on each one. So what's actually more important to me is bringing down the capital outlay initially, and in turn bringing down the sale value, but still maintaining a good margin on each one. Never craft more than 2 Legos. They're very slow moving. Well, we'll see. We'll see just how many I sold. I sold a good. Not every sale I made yesterday was a rank 5 or 6, but I still sold. I would comfortably say 100 legendaries yesterday. And I wasn't even playing all day yesterday. That was the thing. Yesterday on stream we played over on the NA. I don't think I even logged on my EU accounts until maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Played for a few hours in the evening whilst, cooking dinner and taking the dogs for a walk and chilling out. I wasn't actively auction house PvPing, yet still sold probably close to 100 legendaries. So you price them right and they sell. It's the age old rule that if you get the price right, they will sell. What formula do you use for them in the operation? The Lego disc thing in your TSM profile just confuses me. If that confuses you, what I now do will blow your mind. I'm working on something special, but it's a profile that's not designed for beginners in any way, shape, or form. Nor will I, if I make this profile public at any point, I will not be offering technical support on it. You either need to know how it works and know how to use it, or don't use it. But this one is not beginner friendly. I'm basically using multiple different price sources and creating, what is it, 1, 2, 3. I'm creating 5 custom price sources. And then building my operations based on those custom price sources. The operation side of things is really simple. It's what goes into the custom price sources that's not simple. It's all designed to be. It's so that the reason I've done it this way is so that it's 100. As far as I'm concerned, it's 100% dynamic. If the item is trending downwards in value, all of my operations and my profit margins adjust because of that. So if something's dropping in price, it squeezes the operations, it squeezes the profit margins to promote selling it faster and at a lesser profit. But then if the value of that item stabilizes again, it stretches back out to build in a greater profit margin. It's not your simple 110% crafting, let's put it that way.
You just lost $5.
Oh, we have ourselves
Psycho
a tier
Teddy.
1. Psycho Teddy. I love that name. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. What would it be if you just wanted to undercut the last one? Nice and easy one. It's not even spread pricing. I'm still only listing single items, but it's dynamically adjusting the min price, the normal price, and the max price based on a few other factors. Could it be an update on the Patreon thingy? I'm going to be honest, I probably won't make this one public. Simply because if you don't know what it's doing and how it works, it's maybe not the best thing to be using. I mean, for example, let me show you one of the custom price sources I'm using, and it might start to make a little bit more sense. Settings, custom price sources. What I'm now in essence doing is I'm creating a value for every item in the game, rather than using a predefined price source. So I'm not using DB Market specifically. I'm not using DB Market specifically. I'm taking into consideration whether I've bought them, what I've bought those items for the purpose of flipping. If I've bought an item because I see it cheap, then it will value that item differently. It takes into consideration the crafting cost of items if they're craftable, and then it also takes into consideration whether that item is going up or down in price overall before assigning a value to an item. And then when I've worked out that value for the item, the operations are then taking the simple approach of I take the value of the item and I add a predefined profit margin, which is built upon another custom price source. This custom price source is adjusting the profit that I make on an item dependent on how much it costs me as capital to get that item. So if I have to craft that item to begin with, it will take a percentage of the crafting price as profit. If I buy the item for the purpose of flipping, it may apply a different profit, and I can change all of that somewhat on the fly, and it will change everything about the profile without me having to go through and change 50 million groups and operations and stuff. I can just go into my custom price sources, I can go profit for a single item, and I can adjust some of the values in here until so this simply takes that value that I generated for every item, and it says, right, well, if that value is less than a certain value, if the value of an item is less than, say, 30,000 gold, I will look to generate 20% profit when I then sell that item. And it means I can very easily change my profit margins for virtually every item in the game, and all of the operations will dynamically change based on that, by just changing like a single custom price source. It takes away a lot of the micromanagement that you tend to do early on with Trade School Master. You tend to, like, you make a group and then you make an operation and then you call that operation enchants, and then you take that operation and you apply it to your enchants group, and then 2 weeks later, when the prices for everything have changed and you for some reason can't sell enchants, you don't know why you can't sell enchants. You don't know that, well, actually the value of the enchants has dropped considerably to a point to where you're no longer crafting them, and you have to go back in and you have to adjust things and you have to micromanage everything. When you're trying to sell at scale and you're trying to do it across multiple realms, you need to take away that micromanagement of Trade Skill Master, and you need to let the add-on do its magic. Yeah, so you're basically programming Trade Skill Master to do exactly what you want to do in the first place, and you do it once. And instead of instead of having to tweak and change things all the time, you can just go into one item and you can just tweak your profit margins, and everything else changes dynamically. That's the plan, at least. You've made TSM do what I've been trying to get it to do. It took me a while to come up with a concept for this, because I had to build it from the base up, and it's still not perfect, which is why I'm not sort of publicly shouting about it too much. I'll talk about it on stream because there's only like 30 odd people here, but it's safe to say that it took quite a while for me to sort of just brain map it out to how I wanted it to work. It still doesn't work perfectly with crafted items. I still need to tweak it a little bit for crafted items, so that it doesn't repeatedly tell you to craft things that are actually selling for less than crafting cost right now. So yeah, there's some balancing of the numbers I need to do, but it's all fun and games. I went on a complete tangent there, didn't we? Let's open this mailbox though. That's what people love to see. Love to see big gold mailboxes. Let's first and foremost send all of our gold somewhere. Send, I don't know, this dude. 15,601 gold, 54 silver, and 61 copper. Go. Zero me out. You do not have enough. Oh, because it's 30 copper to send the goddamn thing. Of course it is. Oops. So, 15,601 gold, 54 silver, but 31 copper should give us a 0 gold value. Bingo! Bingo, we are zeroed out. So, now for the fun stuff. Now for the fun stuff. There's virtually everything in here is legendaries, all apart from a couple of materials and a couple of random like versatile lace stripe bands and stuff, but the lion's share of this is legendaries. But you can see the average price of the legendary, right? Like there's a few that are 6 figures. I mean, there's more than a few that are 6 figures, to be fair. But, I mean, they're very low 6 figures. They're like 104, 105, 110 max. I'm not selling anything for like 150, 160, 200k anymore. I've literally squeezed the prices to promote more and more people to go out and buy them. And it's working. It's working for sure. There's obviously a lot of people out there that have got Soul Cinders ready to spend, but have not bought their base item because they're just too expensive. So, but let's get these and let's see what goes. See what the grand total comes to. My maths is saying about 7 mil, I think. 7.2, something like that, I think feels about right. $5.3, 5.5. That was the first 100. 6.5, 7, 7.5, 7.6 million yesterday. Ouch. Ouch. See, this is what happens. So get your legendaries priced right and people buy them. That's genuinely the biggest mailbox I've had so far this expansion. In fact, it's probably the biggest mailbox I think I've ever had. From one single server in one single day. That's not like, let's just save it all up for a week and then open it. That was just 24 hours. 24-hour mailbox with mediocre amounts of playtime. 7.6 million. What's that done to the TSM graph then? Torin Mill? Yeah. Yeah, Turin Mill. You can see here. Okay, this is what's funny, right? So, although that's great, 7.6 million looks really fancy from a mailbox, but I probably spent that on Quartzite crystals yesterday. But a day or so ago, we had nearly, let's just for the sake of maths call it 11 million in liquid gold over on Turin Mill. But I didn't have any crafting materials at this point. I'd been basically just cashing out a little bit. You can see there's no huge downward spikes. There's a couple here and there. But there's no huge downward spikes because I've just been selling through what I already had crafted. I didn't have any Quartzite crystals at this point. So yesterday I was buying outrageous numbers of Quartzite crystals. If I look in the ledger, expenses, Quartzite crystal. Well, you can see my expenses yesterday, what they were. You can see what I was buying. In a 24-hour, this is where we started. Started by buying Quartzite crystals. The very first thing I did yesterday was buy 800 Quartzite crystals at an average of 1,073 each. Boreal shards like crazy people. Loads of Elythium ore, because I was prospecting Elythium ore like crazy to keep up with the Shadowgast rings. Bunch of desolate leather, bunch of leatherworking basic materials, some lacerite ore for prospecting. Multiple times during the day, as I saw the quantities go down, I was picking up more Quartzite crystals. We dipped under 1,000 gold for the Quartzite crystals, so I bought a bunch. I was burning through materials and selling things fast enough that I actually resorted to buying enchanted lightless silk. Can you believe it? I bought about, what's that, nearly 5,000 enchanted lightless silk, because the difference between me crafting it myself and buying it was about 2 gold. So I was like, sure, I'll just buy it then. Saved me the time making it. Bought more Quartzite crystals, presumably because I just churned through them. More Elythium ore later on in the day, probably for more prospecting. Continued to buy Quartzite crystals as I saw them dipping even further. Some boreal shards to do a little restock late in the evening. And then before I went to bed last night, another 1,000 Quartzite crystals. Buying those up at an average of 800 gold a piece. So yeah, it was a big day for expenses yesterday as well. But what it's meant is that by the TSM graph, what it's meant is we not only recuperated all of the expenditure, all of our expenses yesterday. We spent like 7 million gold yesterday on Quartzite crystals and materials and all sorts of stuff. But we made that back instantly. Now, on top of making it back instantly, we also finished the day with 2,500 more Quartzite crystals than we started with. So we basically broke even on liquid gold. We didn't go anywhere in terms of liquid gold, but I've got 2,500 Quartzite crystals more than I did the day before. So I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, the one day graph. Yeah, there we go. I spent 7.2 million gold yesterday, and apparently it says I only made 5 points. See, this is why I don't understand TSM sometimes. When you change it from 1 month to 1 day to 1 week, the numbers seem to change. I don't quite know how. I don't think this graph is actually totally accurate, but we now have a filthy amount of Quartzite crystals to restock and sell legendaries. We can bang them out cheap and be, if we were to turn all of these into legendaries, what's 2,500 divided by 40? 2,000, how many is it? 2,500, divide that by 40. We've got 62 legendaries there. Let's say the average legendary currently is, what, 80,000 gold, based on these new cheap prices. 62, then multiply that by 80 for an average legendary value. There's about another 5 million gold. We actually profited about 5 million gold yesterday. Roughly. if we were to use all these quartzite crystals and very rough numbers, I know that's very rough numbers, but we made a profit of, well, by the time we've sold through what we bought, we could be about 5 mil richer from a day's work. I'll take it. I'll take it. The expense graph is bugged because you use the TSM UI to mass buy vendor mats. It incorrectly records it in the ledger. Oh, does it? Oh, okay. Check the vendor mats and expenses. It will list more than what you hold in your bags. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm always somewhat. I take these numbers with a pinch of salt because I know when you're doing things at such a scale, and definitely doing it across multiple accounts, this ledger thing gets really lost really quickly. And if your game crashes or something, it forgets a whole bunch of information, and there's no back. Yeah, it's just bad news for everybody. But it does mean our actual liquid gold value. We're now more than gold capped on Torin Mill. We also have nearly 28 million gold in inventory value. And there's not a single piece of transmog in that that's overly inflating the price. That's basically 27 million gold of materials and legendaries. Now, admittedly, the DB market price is more than what they sell for right now, especially off the back of yesterday. So you can probably shave 5 million off that. But it's still 20 million plus in inventory, 10 million gold liquid. This server's starting to come together. It's starting to come together. Might have to start, wasting money on black market auction house containers or something soon. The only way I'm going to get that long boy. Do I need to restock on much? I was sort of half restocking throughout the day. There's quite a lot of zeros here. More zeros than I would like there to be. Capes, for example. And not having any Grimveld capes at rank 4, 5 or 6 is pretty tragic. That needs to be fixed. What's that add-on called again? This one, Legendary Stock Tracker. Not a single pair of unbowhide gauntlets. That's not good news because the rank 6s are significantly profitable. Bone Shatter Pauldrons is an interesting one because they clash with Bone Shatter Pauldrons clash with domination slots, but I have a feeling the Bone Shatter Pauldrons are selling reasonably well right now because BM Hunter used the shoulders previously, and BM Hunter seems to be rising the ranks in Arena, so that might have something to do with it. They're going to be less interested in domination sockets. What have we got here? Grimveld shoulders, we're missing it as well. Don't have any Shadowgast rings. Again, I literally couldn't keep up with the sale rate of Shadowgast rings yesterday. Craft them, sell them. Like, I literally couldn't craft them fast enough. Please tell me there's lots of cheap ore. There's probably not. Oh no, somebody's just bought out all of the Elysium. Alright, well. Phaedrum at 23, Sinvir at 27. Yeah, we're not biting on that one. That's too expensive. Not when I can get Elysium for 80. I'll buy Elysium and then sell off the other essences. Whoa! Look at the essence price for the necks. Essence of Valor and Essence of Servitude. There's scarily low numbers of them. Why is there so few of those essences? Surely they should be the ones that are... Surely these ones should be just wham packed on the auction house. Because people should have lots of spare ones of these. Torments being listed for 500 gold a piece. Rebirth being 670 gold a piece. I'm glad I don't have to pay those prices. Corthite crystals up to 1,000 gold now. Is this a goblin's logging on? A goblin's logging on and buying out the cheap stuff. Was yesterday literally gonna be the what? This would be if it goes back to like 1,200-1,300 gold. That'd be really funny. That means that would mean I have a 500 gold advantage on my Corthite crystals. That would be gross. Sometimes those investments have got to pay off. Alright, cool. Let me do a very, very quick restock. Let me do whatever it is I need to do a quick restock, and then we'll... Oh no, hang on, this is my NA account. Right, I've got to get the right Battle.net account now, that one. If my stream lags, you guys will have to let me know. I've currently got 4 instances of WoW open. My computer might start dying. Reset day might be even more important to snap up the Corthite. Well, that's it. I'd imagine that a lot of people churned through a lot of their stock yesterday, and will be interested in buying up. And this is the thing, right? 10,000 sounds like a lot, but you translate 10,000 Corthite crystals into just how many legendaries that actually equates to. It's not a lot. 10,000 Corthite crystals, divide that by 40. It's only 250 legendaries. I, by myself, yesterday sold roughly 100. And I'm one goblin on one of the biggest realms in the EU. I reckon 500, 300, 400, 500 legendaries could sell a day. If, easily sell every day. If the price of the legendaries is acceptable. Supply and demand will kick in, we feel. Supply and demand. But I've currently got, based on my smart average buy price, 150 gold advantage on my Corthite crystals, which is good. Very good. Because Thursday actually, last Thursday, I did about 4 million gold in sales last Thursday. Thursday is still really good day for sales at the moment. Probably because not everybody gets their Torghast, gets their Shaping Fate, gets all of that done in the first day. Because actually, reset day, there's quite a lot to do. I'm sure if your guild goes raiding on a Wednesday, you probably get the fundamentals out the way really quickly. But there's still good sales to be made on Thursday. Right, let's see what the restock actually looks like. My game lags for 10 seconds when I press restock because of all of these custom price sources, but okay, well that's not too bad. 2 million crafting cost. Is that 36 legendaries that I need to craft? That's not too bad. I assume though that means we're missing a metric ton of essences. We are indeed missing a metric ton of legendaries. Let's do what we need to do then. We need 300 Corthite crystals over here. I think we might have some of those. We need enough, probably a lithium ore, to get these rebirths and torments. Did I say the lithium ore was at a good price? I can't remember. So I'll just buy that. There we go. The advantage of doing jewel crafting for long enough is that I don't really need to check the calculations on it. I just kind of instinctively know which one's the right price now. And if you can sell the legendaries faster than you can craft them, then there's usually not a problem. What else did we need? We need a bunch of Shadowghast ingots. We've got those. What's the price of Shadowghast ingots, actually? I've got to be careful I don't run out of those. 238 gold a piece. Okay, they got reset. I was buying those for like 65 gold a piece the other day. I think I bought about 5,000. Oh, okay, yeah. Somebody's just straight up reset the entire market on Shadowghast ingots. That's funny. Well, apparently I've got a couple of thousand of them still. And if I really have to craft some, I have to craft some. But I might just wait till the price comes down on those. What do we also need here? We need some Leystrite ore. Then we need the essences. That will come from prospecting this lot. We need some flux. Oh no, there's shards. Hang on. Oops. Buy some flux. Craft some vestiges. I don't really want to dedicate much more than the first hour of the stream to doing a restock, so I'll see if I can smash this out nice and quickly. I'll see how long it takes to get these essences from prospecting, and then we'll get. I'm itching to play over on the NA. I'm absolutely desperate to start playing on this, dude. I really want to get going over here because I'm still of the belief that goal making on the NA is just broken. Oh my god, each of my instances of WoW's running at like no FPS. Is it because all of them single-handedly are trying to... No, I've got the graphic settings low on these. Okay, no, it's just a simple case of having 4 instances running at once whilst streaming. That's probably not super helpful. My PC is not exactly a spring chicken anymore, so streaming plus 4 instances of WoW is probably a little bit above what it would actually like to be doing. Right, so that dude is chunking away at getting some essences. I need a more constructive way of getting rid of these essences of valor and essences of servitude, though, to be fair. I'm almost to the point where I might just craft a bunch of Lobby level necks and rings just to do something with them. Just to, you know, burn through them. Thought I made a rank 6, made a rank 5. Yeah, that hurts. I've actually got just as many rank 5s as I have rank 6s crafted right now. And that needs to change, doesn't it? My tune on that server is 46 now. Was on a good chunk since yesterday, but about to start my work week this weekend, so I won't have much time to play in the next few days. I'm probably not going to be zooming to 60, although the logical part of me says zoom to 60 because that's where you actually start to make gold. But the I'm going on I'm taking the scenic route over on the NA. I'm kind of forcibly having to, because of course, brand new account, brand new Battle.net. I don't have mounts, I don't have gold, I don't have alts, I don't have anything. So I kind of need to tick some of the boxes as we go along. Zerging straight to 60 is all good and well, but I'll only end up in a vicious loop of farming once I hit 60. So I'd rather mix it up a little bit, do a bit of farming, do a bit of leveling, maybe look at the professions, get a few sales going on the auction house, put to test the NA auction house and see just how it works. There's a lot of rank 4s I'm missing though. I'm meant to stock 3 of just every rank 4, regardless of whether they clash, just because people buy rank 4s just to pick up, almost with no intention of ever leveling a 5 or a 6. People seem to ignore the rules, or the sensible rules when it comes to rank 4s. They just buy whatever they want. We're actually getting these essences pretty quickly. The Torment ones may take a bit longer, but can I be more constructive with my time? Yeah, of course. Maybe we can do a cancel scan. Let's do cancel on rank 6. I also saw the PTR got an update yesterday, and I was interested to see why the PTR got an update. When I logged off yesterday, it said PTR is updating, and I'm like, what are they doing on the PTR? Are they prepping for a 9.1.5 PTR build? I mean, I would hope so. It's about time. Because based on what should be considered a regular patch cycle, you pretty much should get the PTR for the next patch almost instantly after the last patch is launched. Back in BFA, for example, the PTR was almost always up. Nearly always. They released 8.1 and 8.1.5 or whatever it was up on the PTR like literally within a couple of weeks. There wasn't much downtime at all. I would expect us to very soon, now that we're in the second half of the renown grind. Obviously we know that we've still got like, what have we got? We've got 20, we're at renown 62 right now. There's at least 9 more weeks, 8-9 weeks until we cap out renown again. And then once we've capped out renown, I think it will probably be another 4 to 5 weeks minimum before we should see a major patch. So let's just call it 12 weeks because that's 3 months. 3 months absolute minimum before we see a major patch. So that's Christmas. Yeah. But I'm talking major patch. Don't forget we had 9.0.5 come out. 9.0.5 came out. I think it came out once we were already able to be renowned 40. But it also came out really slowly. So I'm thinking we should probably see 9.1.5 before we complete the renown path, I think. Which let's say that 9.1.5 is going to launch or go live in 2 months' time. If it's going to go live in 2 months, it should be on the PTR like now. You would expect at least a good month or so of PTR action for a patch before it goes live, at least. So within the next week or two, we should see 9.1.5 at least hit the PTR, is my guesstimation. But it's based on napkin math. But it would be nice to see what's happening going forward. It's very obvious to see though that Blizzard will tread very lightly, considering all of the recent goings on. They'll want to make sure, like, I mean, I feel as if we say this every patch now, but they're gonna want to make sure that they get this next one right, because they can't keep swinging and missing. They can't keep swinging and missing. They're hemorrhaging their player base right now because of that. I don't expect 9.1.5 to be anything special, but it needs to do something. Easy win in 9.2 will be equip 2 Legos. That's got to be on the cards. Firstly, equipping 2 Legos has got to be a thing in 9.2. Secondly, they need to do something to allow people to recuperate some of the resources from the legendaries that they replace. If they're going to go down this thing of you know, replacing the legendaries and implementing new like the Covenant legendaries, I don't think anybody's really using the Covenant legendaries. There might be a few classes that are, but they implemented the Covenant legendaries and people would obviously want to pick them up. But if they pick them up and then they don't use them and they're trash, I'm not going to say the word scrapper, but I think we need something similar. New ranks, yeah. I mean, it's inevitable we get a 7 and an 8. The thing is I'm not convinced it will be in the hands of crafters, because Corthite crystals, believe it or not, in the initial design philosophy, Corthite crystals were meant to be a catch-up mechanic for leveling legendaries. That was the design principle going into it. In terms of that, instead of it would basically allow crafters to make something more valuable than what they were previously able to make, to smooth out the leveling of your legendaries. So it was meant to be that you could from day one of learning leatherworking, you could take your Corthite crystals, make a Vestige of Origins, and instead of making 15 rank 1 legendaries, you could use your Vestige of Origins, the optional upgrade reagent, to make rank 3 legendaries. So what you'd actually be making would be closer to what is currently relevant. As we know, rank 3s still sort of sell. Rank 4s are pretty much the go-to though. So you'd make a bunch of rank 3s out of your rank, from only being able to make rank 1s, if that makes sense, with your vestiges. And it was meant to be a bit of a catch-up system in that regard. The problem is that Blizzard got greedy and they made Corthite crystals rare, and they made the Vestige of Origins cost 80,000 gold each to make, and so it was never going to be a catch-up system for people doing legendaries. If they kept it at 1 per vestige, yeah, if they went, like I said, the original design philosophy kind of went out the window when they decided that you needed 40 of them to make a single vestige. So it's because actually the way that it turned out is that leveling legendaries right now is even more aggressively disgusting than it was in 9.0. Because at least in 9.0 you had a fair chance of selling your ranks 1s, 2s and 3s at a profit. It wasn't a great chance, but you had a fair chance of selling your ranks 1 through to 3. Now, whatever you have to spend ranking up to rank 4, you should just put that money in the bin. Straight up, just put it in the bin. Because you'll end up in a situation like I am here, look, where I power leveled the entirety of blacksmithing just because at the time I could, but I still to this day have 15 of nearly every single rank 1 and rank 2. A few of my rank 3s have sold, but the majority of the crafts that I had from blacksmithing is still just sat in the bank, just literally gathering dust. Whereas at least in 9.0 I would have had a fair chance of actually selling those and recuperating some losses, recuperating some of the investment. Now though, not a chance. Not a chance. I haven't seen a profitable rank 1 through till 3 since patch 9.1. Yeah, they just don't exist. Look, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 green numbers out of what is like a bajillion items here. $400 lightless silk for vestige. Good design for EU. Well, that was a massive balls up. That was a huge mistake. They balanced that based on based on the NA lightless silk price, which was just wrong. They shouldn't have done that. Without question, they should not have done that. But now I'd just keep 1 to 3 in the bank and hope for some scrapper thing to get something back. Yeah. Why does your leatherworking part of the table show all profit on rank 6s, whilst mine shows all losses? We're on the same server, I think. Safe to say I get my materials cheaper. For example, my smart average buy price on Corthite crystals right now is 820 gold. That's why my rank 5s and 6s are profitable. Because my Corthite crystal price is disgustingly cheap. Mine is 900. I mean, you should still be turning a fair profit on them then. There's only about 4,000 gold difference in price there, where there's comfortably that. LST works out the crafting cost and then in turn the profit. Here, LST will calculate an accurate crafting cost using your TSM material prices for the materials. Auctioneer's cut is taken into account from the DB market price to show you. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, LST uses the DB market price when it comes to valuation of items, which is probably why. It's probably why these green numbers are significantly green, because the market prices on the rank 5s and 6s won't have adjusted yet. If you look at, let's pick something like, you specifically said leatherworking, didn't you? So let's find a leatherworking example. Let's look at, I don't know, umber-hide legs then. 262 umber-hide legs. Yeah, see, I've got a crafting cost on these of 60k. I can craft a pair of 262 umber-hide legs for 60k. Yet the market value on these is still 116,000 gold. When my maximum price is 111,000 gold. So the market value price hasn't caught up. 9.1 was a rich get richer patch. Every patch is a rich get richer patch in this game, because there's no ruling against monopolization. There's a bug on LST for tailoring crafting. It uses the tailoring vestige even if you have another profession that can craft vestige for 50. I mean, that's not a bug. That's design philosophy. It's better for it to show you what is guaranteed than try and work out something smart. Even TSM doesn't take into consideration the other professions. That was an active design, you know. It's annoying, true, but it's the safer route. If you only have tailoring, for example, then that is actually your price. been like this for weeks, to be fair, and the difference is huge. You've around 40k profit. I have 100k loss. You've probably got... I mean, your TSM setup is probably significantly different to mine. In fact, I know for a fact your TSM setup is going to be significantly different to mine. It's probably that they're probably not 100k losses. Let's put it that way. How much gold do you need for Shadowland, leatherworking, tailoring, or blacksmithing to start selling the legendaries? And is it still worth starting on? You need a lot of gold, and the lot of gold that you need to be able to consider that gold just gone. Because ranks 1 through till 3 basically don't sell. They will trickle sell, but they'll sell at a massive loss. For example, if you want to find out exact numbers, jump in the Discord. Somebody can do a Discord link for you. Jump in the Discord and check out the Shadowlands cheat sheet. Here you can see exactly how much it's going to cost you based on your realm. So if you go to tailoring cloth legendary base items, you can put in the price of your shrouded cloth, which presumably is about 1.5 gold universally nowadays. Your enchanted lightless silk gold price, which I would imagine most places now is, let's conservatively say 130 gold. And then your boreal shards, if you're exalted with somebody and can get them for 100 gold a piece, it's basically going to cost you 2.1 million to level up tailoring. That 2.1 mil will get you tailoring maxed. But that gold, basically consider it a write-off. That's your cost to enter the market. You then obviously need more gold than that to even be able to craft rank 5s and rank 6s. And you need to then be able to craft those rank 5s and rank 6s and sell them profitably enough to make back at least 2.1 million gold so that you break even. And then after you've done all of that, you start making profit. It's not an easy thing to overcome. And tailoring's the cheap one, by the way. Leatherworking is more expensive. Blacksmithing is probably more expensive. Leatherworking, let's do some quick maths on leatherworking. Enchanted heavy callous hide, 650 is pretty average, I think, most places. Which would be a heavy callous at 300. Your heavy desolate leather. Heavy desolate leather is a little bit more expensive currently most places. You're looking at nearly 4 million gold just for the umber hide side of things. You could probably add another... It's about 7 million gold to max leatherworking right now. Because you've got umber hide and you've got bone shatter. Jewel crafting's not too bad. You can pretty much get your Shadowghast ingots at a fair price most of the time. Let's just say a fair price for Shadowghast ingots is 100 gold a piece. Your essences, conservatively, if you're prospecting Leystrite or Lithium, you should be able to get them for less than 500 a piece, which means you're only looking at 2 million gold for jewel crafting. But with the added bonus of that jewel crafting, both rings and necks, even at lower levels, do sell. So if you're not in the legendary game at all, the jewel crafting is a good start. But yeah, the TLDR is that, yes, legendaries are still very expensive. I'd just level those that sell most at this point, worry about the rest before the next patch. That's also somewhat of a smart move, but what you'll also probably find is those that sell more frequently sell for less of a profit in the first place. So it's you're probably not going to be able to make a huge amount of gold off the popular ones. I actually make most of my profit off the not popular ones. because they tend to have a higher margin on them. But yeah. Anyway, we've already spent way too long faffing around with legendaries. I need to just very quickly check to... This dude should be ready to make a few things. Let's at least restock half of my stuff. Crafting, go. The only real way legendaries allows you to make a lot of gold at the moment is if you already have a lot of gold to spend on to invest in it. I wouldn't recommend getting into the legendary market unless you've got at least 4 or 5 million gold that you consider spare. I mean, if you have, sure, go for it. It's still, at the top end, it's the most profitable system in the game, still, by a long way. But there's a huge barrier to entry in terms of gold. If you've only got a few 100,000 gold, you're going to have a real tough time in the legendary market. And that's not me trying to be gatekeeping or anything, it's just factual. The costs involved are stupid. Right, there's a bunch of stuff crafted. Can we relatively quickly... Oh, we can relatively quickly bash out both tailoring and leatherworking, because apparently we have the basic materials needed already. Maybe we can smash through a real quick restock. Actually, in terms of restocking, jewel crafting is the slowest for me to restock right now, because I have to prospect, which takes time. I also have to craft shadowghast ingots, which takes time, unless I choose to buy them. I am more and more often choosing to buy shadowghast ingots nowadays. Luckily, playing on a super server like this, I quite frequently get them for very close to what it costs me to buy, so... Right, let's quickly get the rest of these legendaries done, and then we can head over to the NA. I'm itching to go play on the NA servers. Do I need anything else from here before I move over? 400 quartzite crystals. Please be some cheap, heavy, desolate leather. That's why I'm sticking with old world crafted transmogging mounts. It's if you're willing to just chip away at it slowly but surely, that's a good option. Old world transmogging mounts, crafted transmog especially. You're probably going to find you've got a lot less competition. You're probably also going to find that there's still good profit in them when they sell. Oh, desolate leather's coming down in price. Not actually hugely, so I got overexcited then. 140k for heavy desolate leather. Alright, sure. See, I almost now don't bother making anything intermediate. I just don't have time, is the honest answer. I'd rather take a lesser profit and speed up my production. Like, if I can get my entire restock of legendaries done in 20 minutes, I'm a happy goblin. If you're on low to medium pop, you can start for cheap on a full pop. Transferred 10 million to a full pop. Got the mats. Got mats for 5 million. Transferred to my medium. And then 9.5 million in sales off those. Yeah. There's some morality issues in doing that. I think that's a pretty scumbag way of doing things, but I mean, yeah, it does work. It hugely undermines the time investment that those players have made on those lower population realms by doing that. But yeah, some people choose to do it. I think it's a bit scummy, but hey, if it works, some people do it. Probably going to be a dumb question, but if you farm all of your materials instead of buying them, does TSM put the crafting cost at 0 for those mats? No. Material will be based on the DB market value of that material in that case. Because that is actually what that material is worth. Just because you choose to craft with it, your other perceivable option would be to, you could either craft with it or you could sell it. So the value should be based upon what you could actively sell it for. I farm a lot of my stuff and then it says I sell it for a loss, so I won't list it. Yeah, because obviously it's claiming that. I mean, in that scenario, you probably shouldn't have crafted it. You probably should have just sold the materials raw. If the materials raw are worth more than the crafted item, then crafting it was the wrong decision. But that goes into opportunity cost, which is that's another discussion completely. What do we need here? We need pallid bones times lots. Yeah, the discussion about what an item is actually worth is not very black and white. Principle called opportunity cost is that if you farmed a material, what is the opportunity cost of that material? Well, you have to look at what your options are, and in theory you should pick the one that rewards you the highest. So if you farm a material, yes, you've spent time farming it, sure. But then what you should do is look that, right, well, if I craft something with this item, does it increase the value of that item, or does just selling the item raw net me a greater return? And that's balancing the opportunity cost of that material. This is why the I farmed it so it's free theory is it falls flat on its face very quickly. And it's why it becomes a bit of a meme. What do I need? Desolate leather. I need some shrouded cloth, and lots of shrouded cloth apparently. Let's take all of that. Apparently I still need more shrouded cloth, okay. Fine. Not a problem, we can buy as much shrouded cloth as we want. Shrouded cloth is never a bottleneck. Mining and herbing nodes are free XP, you said it yourself. You're right, I did. What did we need then? Some more shrouded cloth. Where is it? Oh, did I? No, I did send that to the right character. Alright, there we go. Now we should be good to smash through these real quick. Let's see if TSM has got its list of materials correct today. By the way, saw your YouTube video on your Let's Play. Thought you did a good job on the video. Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure how to do the Let's Play series sort of stuff. I think I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Some of it when and where it's entertaining to do so, I'll have it as like stream highlights. But there'll come a point where it will just become topics of discussion, more so than, you know, stream highlights. I'm not going to lie, the stream highlight videos take 10 times longer to put together, which will definitely play a factor. For me to go through a 4-hour live stream and chop it down to highlights and make a 30-minute video out of that probably takes me 4 hours to do. And that's just on a basic level. Whereas if I do a 10-minute discussion-based video, it doesn't take me half as long. And I think in some regards it's probably more useful to people. I don't know. I can never decide. Keep track of your watch time though, and if people are cutting it short, try to target that length of video. Oh yeah, I know. The thing about YouTube in regards to watch time is the data they give you is not really that informative, because everything averages out to about 50% watch time. Because the law of averages kicks in if you throw enough people at it. If I make a 30-minute video, the average watch time will be 15 minutes. If I make a 10-minute video, the average watch time will be 5 minutes. The average watch time tends to naturally trend towards the middle. Yeah, I get what you mean. There's good reason to have a mix-up of shorter videos and longer videos on a channel, though. Those that want just, you know, the snappy, quick information can dive in and get it in a 5-minute video. But those people who are just willing to just, you know, sit down, chill, throw something up on a second screen, will happily sit through a half-an-hour video occasionally. So mixing it up is worthwhile. Right, there we go. There's our full restock on legendaries done. Let's get those up on the AH. From 31st of August, I'm only going to have your YouTube videos as I have to go back to working in the office. I'm gutted I won't get to see you live again. Well, the VODs in their full form do go up on the second channel if you want to catch up with those. Plus, if people, you know, if people enjoy the highlight style if enough people enjoy the highlight videos, I'll keep doing the highlight videos. But yeah, I do agree, it's not the same as being live. The viewing something live has a dramatically different experience to, yeah. Gotta go to bed. Thanks for the stream, been very informative. Psycho Teddy, thank you for the sub as well. I'm glad you enjoyed. Sleep well. What's the link to the second channel? I actually didn't know about that. If you go to the main channel and the channel page, you can get a link. I don't advertise the second channel very well because I'm going to be honest, I'm not doing a lot with it at the moment. It's just a dump for the stream VODs. I think I'm not even sure. I think is it down in the description for the channel? I'm not even sure. It's probably not even. Huh. Yeah, I don't actually have any link to the second channel at all from the Twitch page. I should probably fix that. But for example, if you go to the main channel page, you can see Manthius TV is the second channel. It doesn't have a fancy URL, which is why I probably haven't put it places yet. But yeah, it's for now at least, it's literally just it's a dumping ground for the VODs, basically, until I can work out something more to do with it. I want to use this second channel to just make, you know, some of the slightly more gross YouTube videos that you see out there. I'm just going to chop 10 minutes out of a stream of an interesting topic of conversation and post them up on this channel. You know, those short clip videos that harvest views, and, you know, I'm going to use and abuse the second channel a little bit. I'll use it as my testing ground. It's with no subs over there. It's not monetized. I'm not like trying to do anything too constructive with it, but I want to try to. This will be, you know, VODs and highlights, where the main channel will be. The main channel will continue to be sort of short form, sort of more structured video. Right, let's get all of these new Legos on the auction house. No point crafting them if you don't go and sell them. they're still trying to push them down. Every time somebody comes in and buys 500, 600, 700 of them, within an hour they're back down to where they were before. I would be very happy to see Corthite crystals stay at under 1,000 gold, because that makes a vestige 40k, which I think is far more manageable of an upsell from a rank 4. Add another 40k on top of the price of a rank 4 and you get a rank 6. Seems to be, you know, if your rank 4 is averaging 35k, 70k for a rank 6, I think will be an easier pill to swallow. Let's get a quick cancel scan on 6s and then we'll post everything else up. And then we'll head over to the NA. I've been itching to go over to the NA. I want to go play my new hunter. Where has he gone? Is it this account? No. What's going on here? Eh? What's going on here? Which account's this one then? Can't keep track of which. This is why you should never have 4 active WoW accounts at any one point. It's impossible to keep track of what the hell you're doing. Oh, okay, that's this account. We don't need this one at the moment. That can go away. Right, there we go. Grab those then. Get those listed. Missed call? Who have I got missed? Oh, that. Okay. Your phone, it did, yeah. I need to take that off the table because that probably goes straight through the microphone, doesn't it? slow ass cancel scan. Come on, let's go. You'll see that there's a lot of this happening now for me. Above max price, posting at max. Because my operations are set to be much tighter than most people's. There's a lot of times where other people haven't quite caught up, and I'm taking every advantage I can to incentivize the sale of my item over theirs. It will price a lot of people out the market as well, which is a bit of it's a goblinry tactic that is not the nicest thing, because, you know, it should be a fair market for all. But in reality, it's auction house PvP. Somebody's got to win. Rank 4 capes, 15k. Okay, they're cheap. Oh, they still only cost 8k to make, though. They may be cheap, but they're hella profitable. Alright, right, we've got everything relisted now. I'm happy to leave it as it is. Quartzite crystals are still relatively nicely priced. I've still got a lot of them. My average price on them is pretty good. We're good to just let this realm sit and do stuff. In fact, I'm going to go as far as actually log out of this one, because otherwise I'll just be tempted to play it. This one can log out as well. Let's go to NA. Let's go play the NA. Which BattleNet is it? Not that one. The other one. That one. Right, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to take a bathroom break and go grab a drink, and then we'll look at seeing whether we do a little bit more leveling, maybe do some dungeons, maybe maybe go out and do some farming. We'll see how we do. But we're going to get this dude over on the NA closer to 60, get him a little bit more stocked with gold. We need to be able to cover the cost of the epic flying by the time we hit level 40, which is 4,000-5,000 gold. So we might go out and we might utilize, we might try and level mining and herbalism through the ages. So we'll start with vanilla, we'll work its way up, and whatever we gather through leveling, we can then throw on the auction house, and that should more than cover the cost of epic flying by the time we get it. It's probably a good plan. We'll do that. But I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes. I'm going to run an ad in the downtime. If you choose to not want to watch ads on Twitch, which I fully understand, consider hitting that sub button. It will remove all ads for you whilst viewing and give you some cool little emojis and, of course, a fancy little coffee cup next to your name. But I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty. Let's get the coffee out of the way. That's donezo. Oh, I left you guys with all of 8 FPS. Oops. I should have clicked in the window. Let's log in though. So, we're going to do a little bit of a world tour, mini world tour of herbalism and mining to get some stuff leveled up. We're going to try and hunt down some, hopefully, reasonably profitable farms. I'm very aware at level 30 with only basic flying, they're certainly not going to be mega optimal. But we have a few add-ons that we can utilize to help us with this. We have Worth It, which I have installed. I've not oh boy. Hello. What's going on here? Is this? Oh, it's probably because TSM's rebuilding its item cache. Let's let that finish first. We can use a combination of Worth It, Roots, and Gathermate, and all of that sort of good stuff to try and get our herb and mining up a little bit. If we look through here, yeah, we know regular ass mining and then Zandalari mining. That's it. Do you plan to enter into the legendaries market on this toon for the gold challenge? I mean, it's the end goal, right? But I think for as much as the YouTube series is probably concerned, we'll probably finish the YouTube series before we get to legendaries. Legendaries is the real super mega end game. Once you get deep into the legendary market, there becomes almost no reason to do anything else, which is the situation that I am in on both of my main realms on the EU. I'm so heavily invested into legendaries, there's literally no point me doing anything else because the gold that can be made through the legendary system is just disgusting at the top end. But for the purpose of this, it's going to take us a long time to get there anyway, because I'm very aware that we're looking at, like, probably, if we say 7 million for leatherworking, 2 million for jewel crafting, let's round that up to 10 million for those two professions. Then you've got blacksmithing, that's probably 3, maybe 4 million, and then tailoring, which is another 2. So you're looking at about 17 million gold to maximize the legendary crafting systems. And that's 17 million that you're not going to see any of it back, because that's only crafting you ranks 1 through till 3. That will unlock all rank 4s for all slots, is about 17 million gold, which you're just not getting back. That's got to be an amount of gold that you're willing to just put in the bin. Now, most people have never seen 17 million gold in the first place. Never mind had 17 million gold to just burn. So it'll take us a long time to get there. But it would be nice if we can explore some different sides of gold making over on the NA. Who knows, I might even pick up alchemy or something ridiculous. A profession that I know is profitable, but I just don't focus on it anywhere near as much as I could or should do. We'll see. There we go, TSM is done rebuilding its item cache. Eventually. Took a little while, but it's done. That should mean Worth It now works. Hopefully. Let's see. No. Of course it doesn't. Oh, there we go. It just needed a refresh. It looks funny. Worth It looks funny. Why is it looking funny? It probably looks funny because it's an LVI issue. Probably. Everything seems to be clipping and wrong. Mining. Generally speaking, mining fell iron ore is the most valuable from a gold per hour perspective currently. I'm looking for something vanilla-y. What's the first vanilla thing? Dark iron ore? Thorium ore? Thorium ore is 20k an hour through Silithus apparently. Maybe we'll go and investigate that one. Import route. Import route as. Yes. What happened? I've not used the Worth It add-on for a long time. I really don't know what it's meant to be doing. But that should have imported the route into the routes add-on. So if we now go to Silithus, it should give us the suggested route for that, is my guess. Where is Silithus? Hey, hang on, chill. Silithus is over here somewhere, isn't it? No, hang on. Which one's Silithus? This is Silithus. Oh, there we go. So now it's imported the route for Silithus. Well, that I could have told you that was the route. All right, that makes sort of sense though. Fine. So if we now go do that one, according to Worth It, that Silithus route. If we go to farms, mining, where was it? That was for thorium ore. Is there any way to like click on this and see any details for it? What's to do? What does clicking the to do button actually do? Remove from planned farms. Does that require does that require the to do add-on or something? Is it an add-on that needs another add-on that needs another add-on? Farm planner. Oh, okay. You should expand it to see the items farmed. How do I expand it? It tends to, what am I clicking on? Oh, I click on the plus, okay, the plus button there. Everything's kind of clipping and it looks a bit odd, so we'll gain thorium ore, true silver ore, dense stone, arcane crystals, Azerothian diamonds, large opals and malachite. So the combined value of all of this totals up to about just under 20,000 gold. That route is big because of the arcane crystals. Yeah, we saying that the arcane crystal is holding the lion's share of that value. 21 arcane crystals, based on min buyout right now. That's 10k. Yeah, 50% of it is coming from the assumption that you'll get the arcane crystals. The thorium ore itself is worth. Oh, okay. The thorium ore is actually massively inflated. Anyway, do we know if Worth It, when it generates these gold per hours, what's it basing that on? Is it basing it on DB market price? Is it basing it on regional market average? What's it basing it on? Can we configure that? Shift. Is there an options for Worth It somewhere? Tools, configuration, current content price source. Okay, so it's taking DB market. Legacy also takes DB market. Sure, okay. Oh, okay. You custom price source. Oh, so if you make a custom price source in TSM, it can then reference that as well. Okay, that's fine. Considering I know that Area 52 is a ridiculously high pop realm, I'm actually in this scenario going to use DB Market because using DB Region Market is going to be considerably higher, I'd imagine. Okay, that's cool. Knowing that the Items added to this grid can have custom prices. Those prices will override your selected price source for any calculation. Items from this list are recorded regardless if they match the recorder filmed. Okay, sure. Alright, fine. Fine. Okay. Well, we need to... Have we... Think. Brain. Oh, actually, I should check whether we sold any simple materials yesterday. Boom! 26 gold. We're rich. Actually rich. Let's go put all of those back on the auction house real quick then before we disappear. I would set up like fancy groups and stuff for this, but honestly, for the amount of time it should take to sell this stuff and the fact that I genuinely have zero cares for how much I get for any of this, I'm simply just undercutting. There we go. That was easy. That was easy. Right, so what I can now do actually is I can now ask Zygor how I get to Silithus easy. Take me here, Zygor. Area 52 only has 19,000 players logged in the last 30 days. Only 20,000 players. Dead realm. There's plenty of servers out there that don't even have 20,000 players on them. I think that's plenty enough. Click the portal to Silithus. Oh, you mean click this portal to Silithus that doesn't exist? Oh, Zygor, you've let me down. Click the portal to Silithus that does not exist. Okay. Why does that not exist? Well, it doesn't exist because we've not actually technically reached BFA content yet then. We're going to have to go a different route. We're going to have to do the old manual route. WoW's dead, only 20k on one realm. Yeah, I know, tell me about it. Maybe we just fly our ass there. Might be simpler. Check we've got herbalism as well. We do. You can take the portal from Orgrimmar to Oldham, then fly from there. Do I even have the portals to Oldham though? I probably don't have the Cataclysm portals. These are the inherent issues of a brand new... Okay, we do have portals to Oldham. That's good enough then. I'll take that. Did you already explain the high population server choice? Yeah, I mean, it's in my opinion, there's very little reason to be on anything but the highest of population realms. Why? In my opinion, okay, let me phrase it slightly better. I generally tend to be more of an auction house style gold maker rather than a farmer. Obviously, I understand that you have to generate some wealth to begin with, which usually comes through farming. But for me, farming is a means to an end. I farm until I have enough gold to start properly crafting and buying and selling things on the auction house. So if auction house play is my main style of play, it makes a lot of sense to play on a realm where I have the maximum amount of customers possible, which of course is going to be the highest of the population realms. If you're more of a farmer, there's a greater incentive for you to be on a medium to low pop realm, because the value of the materials that you farm are probably higher, and on top of that there's probably less competition when it comes to selling those items. And so from a farming gold making perspective, it makes more sense to be on a lower population server. There are many people that make their millions on low pop servers and then transfer when they have lots of gold to a high pop server. That is almost that is kind of a meta way of doing it, and without question something that I should have wow, I got experience from that, and a lot of experience from that. Why did I get so much experience from whacking that? That was like, okay. But yeah, for me at least, I don't plan to do that much farming. I plan to do just enough farming so that I have enough gold to be able to start crafting at a reasonable scale, which will be a few 100,000 gold. Once I've got a few 100,000 gold through farming, I probably won't farm anything ever again. I'd rather let somebody else with more time on their hands do the farming for me, and I'll just, you know, pay them handsomely for doing it. Especially on the biggest of big realms, there's no possible way that any single person could ever farm up enough materials to be self-sufficient. You need those people farming to supply the materials to the people that are actively crafting at scale, which will be me, hopefully, eventually, possibly, maybe. That's the plan. At your level, should have been 500, 600 experience for that node, or double it if you had rested. Yeah, I've got a little bit of rested, so that's probably why. Is this the Silithus with a big sword in it? Hang on, let's give me some graphics real quick. This is the Silithus with a big sword in it. We need the old school Silithus. We need to go change the timeline. Now what's the name? Zidormi or something? Zidormi, there we go. Travel through time to another point in Silithus' history. That's where we need to go. Let's just close that for now. Why is it telling me to hearth somewhere again? I've not got a guide open, Zygor. Chill. Where's this Zidormi character then? Around here somewhere. Supposedly. Here we go. Give me the old school Silithus, please. Can you show me what Silithus was like before the wound in the world? Here we go. Now we should be good. Now we should have the right nodes appearing. Some herbs, some ore. We should start to be able to rack in the cash. I've always been afraid high pop server competition was too much for me. Nah, it's a myth. Competition's your friend. Honestly, competition is your friend. Most people have a very negative approach to competition because they directly believe that it's preventing them from making sales. But if something gets too competitive, sure, it's going to drive down the prices. But if the prices are being driven down that far, that's probably a good indication that you don't particularly want to be in that market in the first place. Level 31, boom. We're actually getting good experience from gathering these as well. Maybe this is actually a viable leveling approach. I wasn't expecting to get any leveling, any experience from doing this. I was just here to make a little bit of gold and level my professions, but oh my days, hit level 30, go out and do some gathering. Easy win. Yeah, the extra competition is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, we can kill these, get a bit of experience at the same time. And on the high pop servers, there's usually plenty of room for plenty of goblins, right? There's always a considerably greater percentage of people playing the game than there is, you know, goblins. Meaning that the higher the population, even with competition, you should still see steady sales on whatever it is you are trying to sell. Yes, cancel scanning is a thing, but trust me, cancel scanning doesn't go away. Did you get flying at 30? Yes. Cancel scanning never goes away. Even if you play on a low pop server, you're still thrust into the cancel scan world if you're trying to sell things on the auction house, which you inevitably are. There's no way to make significant gold without the auction house, because that is where the economy is. So. Also, the advantage of being a hunter here is if we have to aggro something to pick something up, my pet can take aggro, I can loot it, and then by the time I finish looting it, it's half dead, which is a win. Leveled a few levels in Silithus mining herbing yesterday. It's slower than questing, but not too much slower, and it's more profitable, especially if you get the arcane crystals. Well, that's the plan, right? The absolute meta way to make gold is to just zerg your way to 60 as fast as possible, because the opportunities at level 60 are much greater. But I'm more into trying to take this journey a little bit, slower, a bit steadier. But what? Gruffhorn nearly died. Why did Gruffhorn have no health when we landed? Can you do some pet things, please? I deliberately chose to not import data for Gathermate as well, because if you import data, it just absolutely spams your map with nodes. Now, I know you can go into settings and tweak and adjust all that, but I'd rather it track what I've been able to gather. Now, most of these herbs are useless for actually a gold making perspective, but we'll pick them up nonetheless. There seems to be plenty to pick up as well. This is why Ghost Iron Ore is actually one of, if you're looking to level your characters at the same time through gathering, Ghost Iron Ore is one of the best things to go and farm up. For as long as you can get experience from Ghost Iron Ore, there's so many Ghost Iron Ore nodes that you just rack up experience really quickly, because obviously every node gives you a flat rate experience, so the more nodes you mine, the more experience you get. Yeah, Ghost Iron Ore is one of the best, because the nodes are just everywhere. And of course, the Ghost Iron Ore is a consistent seller, so... Of course, we'll get to Ghost Iron Ore, we just need to level up classic mining and herbalism first. Don't forget your mist piercing goggles as well. Yeah, exactly. You can usually buy a pair of mist piercing goggles really cheap, and then I can't remember exactly what the percentage is, but there's about 10% more nodes if you use your mist piercing goggles, which is always nice. It's very cheap on NA, lots of bots. I mean, it always will. The plus point is that it sells. I'm thinking, should I maybe be using... Should I have Loot Appraiser open or something at the same time for this? So that we can see... Doesn't Worth It have a something? Worth It Recorder, what's this? I've never used this before. Raw gold, item value, total value. Well, let's put that somewhere then. Edit mode. Oh, okay. Well, let's just have that there. Let's see what that actually does. I don't know what it does. Press the go button and see. If you get Trillium though, it's pretty decent gold since you need it for the Sky Golem. I think Jards require it, I'm pretty sure. Most people just convert their Ghost Iron Ore into Trillium through alchemy, I think it is. But yes, the Trillium itself will substantially be more valuable. Okay, so this is going to track item value, it's going to track the total value, raw gold that we've acquired. Okay, it's basically Loot Appraiser, just in a different style. Kind of wish fishing gave experience. I think there's a good reason why fishing doesn't give experience. I mean, fishing is already botted heavily as it is, because it's one of the most simplistic things to bot. If fishing was to give you a significant experience as well, you know for a fact you just have pools of bots just constantly fishing, leveling up characters. It'd be pretty gross. Oh, hang on. Press play again. Okay, so this is then listing what we've picked up. Okay, that's a little bit more interesting to see. My LVUI skin doesn't seem to work fantastically well with Worth It though. Lots of unnecessary clipping and borders doing silly things. It says no route. Didn't we pick a route to begin with? Silithus, that one. Oh, does this mean that it will update? I don't know. I need to get Dalla on here. Get him to give me a heads up to what the hell's going on with this add-on. I'm not good with farming. It's so far out of my comfort zone. I might just turn Zygor off for a minute. There we go. Turn Zygor off for a while. Now I could use Zygor's gold making roots and stuff, but I'll be brutally honest. Although I am somewhat affiliated with Zygor, I still think their gold making side of the add-on is trash, like actual dog doo-doo. The fact that it gives you the roots and stuff is kind of cool, but they don't update it, and they're very basic, and there's no options. It's like either you go do this route, and if that route happens to be broke, then, well, it's just broke. Like Heavy Callous Hide, for example, in Zygor, it tells you to go and gather from mobs that no longer drop Heavy Callous Hide, so it's, yeah. Question, why don't you buy Dark Moon Water? Probably because it wouldn't surprise me if I don't even have it. I mean, I probably don't even have enough gold to buy it in the first place. I have a grand total of 300 gold to my name. The min-maxing of farming is not really that worthwhile doing at the moment. I mean, I still only have, I'm level 31, so I've only got the basic flying speed. I'm only flying at 150% speed in the first place. This is about as unoptimal as you can get it in the first place, so spending gold to be slightly more optimal is probably not huge benefits. We've done a lap though, and we've not seen an arcane crystal yet. That's apparently where the gold comes in on this. Apparently, is what I've been informed. Because of the level of mining. Do you need a certain amount before they'll drop? Is that it? They drop often higher up in levels, I think. Well, there we go. There's a good reason to level it up. We can level, get experience at the same time, albeit small amounts of everything adds up eventually. And it's still a competitive amount of experience, I think. What I'm slightly cautious of though is if I do too many levels through herbing and mining, I'm going to be so far behind with gear. When I then go back to questing, I'm just going to get squished. Like, I'm going to get actually squished. Because I don't have heirlooms in the first place. So I've not got gear that's kind of leveling with me. If I get too far behind on gear, I'm just going to get absolutely trampled on. So I've got to be careful of that. Do a few dungeons. Yeah, maybe. Probably not a bad shout. What's that? There's what, 300 skill points you can get in vanilla stuff? Is it 300? Yeah. We need to do a bit of a world tour to complete all of these. we can probably does anybody have experience with old school vanilla mining? Is it significantly more valuable to turn everything into bars before you sell it? I mean, that used to be the case, but it seems such a basic thing to do. Is it just being trampled on nowadays? I suppose it's adding extra time to it, isn't it? Totally not trained for this level of gold making. Thorium ore always seems to hold some value to it, though. What is it that? Why are people buying thorium? What's the reason behind it? This is one thing I always like to try and gauge with anything that I'm either buying or selling. Who's buying it and why they're buying it, and who's selling it and why are they selling it? Oh, there's a rare. Killing the rare. Always chance of gear from rares. There we go. Heavy laminar chest piece of the quick blade. Not as valuable as I'd like, but God's honest truth is we'll probably just vendor it. It's still the most valuable thing we've looted, though. Need some of those juicy arcane crystals. There's a lot of stuff going on in these caves. I'm wondering, it's very rarely worthwhile going into caves when mining, I think. The extra time it takes to go into the cave. Whoa, why did I zoom then? The extra time it takes you to go in and out of the caves, I always feel is a bad idea. Arcanite bars for Mog's legendaries. Oh, that will be it. Yep. Yep, that'll be it. Isn't it? There's like a... The ore can then be prospected, so maybe worth more than the bars. When prospecting it, can you get arcane crystals from prospecting it, or do the arcane crystals only drop from mining? These are all things I knew once upon a time, but it's been such a long time since I've done any of this. And I didn't play Classic, so... that's a lie. I played Classic for a month or so, but... Unfortunately, the quality of life, the additional quality of life functions that have been built into the game over the last 15 years were too hard to give up. I got way too frustrated with Classic way too frequently. Google says thorium can give arcane crystals through prospecting as well. Okay, that's probably why it still holds its value then. And probably why, yeah. If you can prospect it to get the arcane crystals, then even if it's a low drop chance, that will always float the price of thorium ore, I'd imagine. Now, it's only valued at, what is it, like, market value is 2 gold a piece. Zul'jin US, the thorium prices stabilizes at about 1 to 2 gold each. Yeah, see that sounds about right. I mean, there's no reason you'd expect much more than that from something that's basically a vanilla farm that I'm level 30 on my first ever account and I'm out here farming it. Like the the barrier to entry for this is non-existent, so expecting it to do much more than that is probably an unfair expectation. Turn on detail and destroy tooltips. You're right, actually. That's a shout. Not that I have dual crafting anyway, so it arguably doesn't matter. But if might give an indication to what we're doing with it. Settings, tooltips. Where's it gone? Detail, destroy information. That's the one. So now if we look at Thorimore. Large opals, star rubies, Azerothian diamonds, huge emeralds, and blue sapphires. TSM doesn't actually believe that it prospects into arcane crystals, but maybe it does, just at a very, very low rate. Google search I did was reference from MMO champs. Well, yeah, that's a 50-50 then. What's with the longboy? Was it removed from the black market auction house? Can it only be found in containers? No, I think Blizzard said that it's still available just generally. But they added it to the containers as well. Which is just, for me, that sounds weird, because I thought it was in the containers to begin with anyway. Maybe they were just clarifying the fact that, yes, it is also available in containers. Because, you know, they want people to waste millions of gold on the containers. The longboy has probably taken more gold out of the game since it's been removed from the game than it did when it was in the game. Because, of course, when it was in the game, everybody that got it spent exactly 5 million gold on getting it. Now, people are wasting millions of gold buying boxes to try and get it. Additionally, every time it turns up in the black market auction house, it takes basically 10 million out of the game. So it's a weird one. It's probably removed more gold since it left the game than it did. Because what's the percentage of people that have got the longboy? It's probably like 2 or 3%, right? It's probably very, very low. There can't be that many people that have shelled out 5 million gold. Most people never see 5 million gold in the first place. Never mind, are then willing to spend it on one mount. Hang on. Found myself a Kit Kat in the cupboard, so haven't seen it in the black market auction house ever. It's stupidly rare even in the black market auction house. And even if you like the second it there's usually, on most big realms at least, there'll be somebody sat there ready and waiting for when the new items appear in the black market auction house. And the second it appears, it'll get max bidded on almost instantly. I can't it's easily the most attractive thing for most people in the black market auction house, I'd say. Apart from, obviously, with people that have already got it, but... Oh, what? Now, you see why while I am technically in a position where I could buy it off the black market auction house if I saw it on one of my realms. Both the realms I play on primarily, I now have more than 10 million gold on them, but it would still hoover up most of my liquid gold. I'd want at least 20 million gold on a realm before I camp a character looking for it on the black market auction house, which means I will probably never get it. I'm open to never getting it. I should have just bought it in BFA. What are you? Oh, a true silver deposit. I didn't know that. I forgot those existed. At what point do we have to get before we start getting more of these, more of this ore? Getting 1 to 2 every node is gross. What sort of skill do we need before we start seeing better results? It's an end game vanilla one, so I imagine we got to get like 200, 250 plus, surely. I honestly preferred it back in the day, where if you didn't have the skill to mine something, you couldn't mine it. I think one of the most offensive things in the game, as of recent years, is this mindset of, you know, everybody should have access to everything. Like, no. Why am I level 30 able to go gather an end game material? I shouldn't. I should have to, you know, I should have to go get some copper first, then I should have to go get some tin. Then I should have to farm iron for a while, and you know, and so on and so on. I shouldn't just be able to go straight to the good stuff and pick it up. I'm back in my days. That's it, back in the good old days. Back when I was a youngster. Mindly doing it so I don't remember. Might have been about 150 to 200. I started to see more drop. Oh, what's going on here? Who stole my thorium node? Son of a... How we doing, Woo? Good to see you, my man. Welcome, welcome. Who are you? Hermit Ortel. Do you have any friends in there? No. I was actually farming Cataclysm, herbs and ore without Cataclysm gathering skill for quite a while and was wondering what the hell was up with the drop rates. Yeah, see, if you if they got rid of this stupid everybody has access to everything thing, you'd have never made that mistake, because you'd have gone to the node, you'd have tried to whack it with your mining pick, and it would have said no. And if computer says no, you try and work out, well, why did computer say no? Whereas if you can still whack it and still get like one piece of ore from it, you don't, you know, how are you to know that you actually need a skill to get more from it? It's actually counterintuitive to the everything for everybody, when it makes the system less intuitive. Funny though. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's funny for me. It's probably less funny for you. Well, we've gained nearly 2 levels just by doing some herbalism and mining so far. Now, yeah, it's true. It's not super quick. It's not super efficient, but Materials is materials, gold is gold at this point. When you have none of it, we've arguably more than doubled our wealth. We've tripled our wealth in item value, at least. We've tripled our wealth in about 20 minutes of doing some farming. This time next year we'll be millionaires. It varies by expansion too. If in BFA, you'd have auto learned it from actually just gathering, which is very bad for yeah. Yeah, the lack of consistency. Not BFA, I meant Warlords. Either way, I mean, that only goes to prove a point, right? The fact that every expansion, the system is different. For something as simple as gathering nodes, every expansion, the system is different. I mean, literally swinging your pickaxe at a node shouldn't be that complicated. This is the downside of iterating on top of already existing systems for 15 years straight. Eventually it ends up getting very muddy, and eventually they have to just scrap the whole thing and start again. Oh, another level, 32. Beast Cleave! Oh, now we might actually do some proper AoE damage. We might not feel so shit in combat. The amount of experience that we're getting for picking these up, though, seems to be, even though our levels are going up, the amount of experience that we get by gathering seems to be going down. I think much past, I think this is, because up until level 30, I still think is considered vanilla content. The way that the level scaling works. So I think we're actually now in a downward spiral for experience by gathering. So we might get a couple of levels from being here, but then we might have to head to, I don't know, Beast Outlands, or we might have to head to Wrath to still maintain experience whilst gathering. Which is unfortunately going to mean that we're going to outpace the zone faster than we skill up. We're only skill, we currently only skill 40 in mining. Yeah, 40, 45 out of 300. So we'll probably outpace the zone quicker than we'll skill up in it, but we'll see what we decide to do. Or is it now that you're out of rested? No, still got plenty of rested experience. Or what? Yeah, when I say vanilla content, I mean kata, you know what I mean. Worst thing to me with WoW is the fact that in vanilla it actually meant something to have certain recipes, and now everybody has everything, and it makes it less fun. Yeah, the professions are in a. I mean, I've been relatively open when talking about professions. I think the professions are in an absolute dog shit state right now. They're about the worst I think they've ever been. The only saving grace is that the legendary crafting system is so OP by the time that you've maxed it out. It's so overpowered because you are literally crafting, best in slot items. Now that, as a crafter, is a dream come true, right? If you can craft somebody's best in slot item, there is always going to be value in doing that. Which is what the legendary crafting system is, right? usually in past expansions, our crafting efforts have been, you know, leveling gear, catch-up gear. Maybe very early in a patch, you would craft, like, I guess what you could consider, like, pre-raid bis. But very, very rarely have crafters ever crafted anything that is actually genuinely simming as the best in-slot item for somebody. Which is what we have with the legendary crafting system, which is why it's so profitable. Because there's virtually an unlimited amount of people that will still continuously want that item. But outside of the legendary crafting system, the rest of the crafting system in Shadowlands, terrible. Actually terrible. There's nothing to it. I mean, short of a couple of honoured rep grinds, there's literally nothing to it. And it's probably safe to say that if the legendary crafting system wasn't in the game right now, there's a very strong chance that I wouldn't be gold making in Shadowlands. Because the rest, if the only systems we had was the rest of the system, it would just be terrible. Can you imagine if the mega goblins on your realm were actually actively min-maxing the crap out of 200 gear, 230 gear? If they were really min-maxing that stuff, the markets would just be tanked. Straight up tanked. The only reason that there's good profit in the 200 and 230 gear for most realms is because the mega goblins are too busy playing with legendaries. Lazy Goalmaker did an interesting overview of BOEs as well yesterday. If you should check out his channel. His channel deserves a lot more subs than it's got, but he's getting there. He's working his way up. He did an interesting video yesterday, showcasing just how raid BOEs were just absolutely bonkers and were considered like the gold making meta in BFA, and why that was the case, and obviously now comparing that against what is currently Shadowlands raid drop BOEs, and why the market is just not even remotely close. As much as it was a frustration to most players trying to get that best BOE to drop, or to be able to buy the best BOE, the frustration obviously being, like, you know, War Forging, Titan Forging, and then eventually Corruption, which was RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG. That was just the stars aligning for raid BOEs being ridiculously profitable. But all of that's been sucked out now. Luckily, we've got legendaries in place though, so something to keep the goblins busy. Still not a single arcane crystal. It must be a case of that you've got to be a certain level before you can get them. Because I would have imagined by now I would have got at least one. We've tapped up like a good 50 nodes or something. Law of averages, even a 2% drop rate would have near enough guaranteed as an arcane crystal at this point. We did get a Black Lotus though, which for some reason seems to have a 2,500 gold market average. I'm not quite sure how accurate that's going to be. But yeah, there we go. A sale rate of 0.01, market average 2,600. Actual min buyout though, 1,000 gold. I mean, at this point in time, with 300 gold in my bags, I will take it. If there wasn't Legos, a lot of goblins would be gone this expansion and come back next to see what happens. Maybe. They'd just be replaced by other goblins, though. So somebody has to run the economy. Everything else is pure commodity, volume stuff with high turnover, so hard to squeeze profits out of, and if the market turns, you lose big. Reluctantly had to join the Lego train. If not, I'd have given up too by now. Yeah, I've seen you, at least on Tour and Mill, I've obviously where my eyes are pretty frequently. I've seen your engagement with the legendary crafting is substantially more than I ever thought that you did. Snag a couple of hours extra at work, but I'll leave the window open for you. Peace. Cheers, dude. Appreciate it. Don't work too hard. I hear it's bad for you. Tend to farm iron ore when my vanilla mining is low. Surprisingly just how expensive iron ore can be at times, and nodes can be very easy. Yeah, I mean, I should, in theory, do a bit of a world tour and gather up a bit of everything. We should have started with copper. We should have done a lap for copper. Just, you know, give ourselves a wider variety of stuff to sell. That would have probably been a wiser move. You know, I thought we'd give this Silithus route, considering it claimed to be the best gold per hour. It was a good opportunity, if nothing else, for me to test this little worth it add-on. I've never really utilised it that much. Copper to bronze sells pretty well. Arcane crystals are 270 plus skill. Oh, okay, that starts to make sense then. That starts to make sense. Well, we'll finish this lap then, and maybe we'll try and tick all the boxes. Find a good route for most things. We can find a copper route. We can find an iron route, and yeah. Ungrow ends up being better for arcane crystals. It's just a simple circle, isn't it? It's not much different to this place, I'd imagine, but yeah. I mean, I'm willing to take the advice of the masses. I am not a farmer by heart. This is all very new to me. Or I shouldn't say it's new to me. I just haven't done it for 10 years. You level from the smelting too, which is a bonus. Oh yeah, of course. I forget you get skill points for smelting. There's something that's not been in the game for a while. Skill points for smelting, yeah. Oh, another Black Lotus. We've made significantly more in value from Black Lotuses than we have everything else combined. Put all my chips on black and it paid off. Right, we'll get back up to this sort of area, and then we'll pick another route. Is the Black Lotus the one you need for the Flask of Supreme Power? Your guess is as good as mine. Where's my classic boys at? Where's the classic crew? Once you have 200 skill, it's worth visiting a trainer to update your smelting skills. See what's profitable to smelt. Helps diversify the stock too. Yeah, the more spaghetti I can throw at the wall, probably the better. If so, I've bought that for plenty of gold. It is? Okay. Well, there we go then. There's your answer. In this part of the gold making scene, I can categorically guarantee you guys are way more educated on it than I am. I'm happy to be backseat gamed a little bit through this part of the journey. Yeah, additionally, mining a node and getting one piece of ore from it is, yeah, a bit annoying. Now I would imagine something like copper and tin. Are we just going, what's it called? Oh god, it's Horde Zones, isn't it? I instantly thought Elwyn Forest, and then I realised, fucking hell, I'm playing Horde. It's probably Durotar then, right? Quick guess. Let's have a look. So, if we go worth it again, can we just search for a material? Farms, mining. Is there a... it does multi-farms... I wish we could just search. Can I just, like... Apparently not. Okay, there's not many what it considers multi-farms. I would like to be able to just pick a material and then be shown where to go. Copper ore. Copper, rough stone, tiger's eye, malachite, and shadow gems. Where there be copper, there be, you know, other stuff. So maybe we do that one. How do we now tell it to do its thing? Import route. What does W... Oh, worth it. Copper ore. Import. Go. Durotar, then Hillsbrad for tin and iron. I go for Feralis for iron. Zone just above you now. Black Lotus is 1800 each on TM. Only 5 on the auction house. Nice cheeky little find. One thing I've been meaning to work on for a while, and I might utilise this NA series as an opportunity to do it, is to put together some good TSM setups for the past expansion materials. Because you at the very least need all your items and groups set up so that you can do shopping scans and do nice things with them there. Now the Worth It add-on doesn't actually tell me, or did it tell me where I'm meant to be going? Durotar, right? So that's this one. Oh, there we go, okay. Fine. Well, we need to get to Razor Hill then. Flight Master somewhere this way. Oh, we did get an arcane crystal. When did that happen? And because we imported a route, I guess this reset itself? No. Oh, we did get an arcane crystal, look. Maybe there's an incredibly small chance, even though we're... Yeah, I'm genuinely mining 55. Alright. Where's the flight point gone? Map seems to tell me there's a flight point here. That's a lie. Is the only flight point actually Centurion Hold? It probably is. What's the add-on that lines the add-on up on the... Oh, this thing. This is Minimap Button Bag Reborn. Bit of a long-ass name to it, but it's super helpful to put all of your add-ons into one... Like, you click the button, there's all your add-ons. Click the button again, it's gone. It makes the whole thing so much neater. And you can in theory drag this wherever you want, but it seems to follow the path of where the minimap should be, even though it's actually not. Hey! Achievement points! We're on a grand total of 125 achievement points. We are rocking. Oh, there's an issue. There's me. I just take a flight point. Easy game. Just take a flight point. Yeah, that doesn't work when you're on a brand new account and you don't have any flight points and no ability to easily get them. I guess then we go back to Orgrimmar via Uldum, I guess. Oh, Jesus. Can we fly to Uldum from here? I bet we didn't pick up the flight path for Uldum, did we? No, of course we didn't. Oh, boo. Life of a new account. Well, okay, fine. Actually, think brain do brain things. If we Hearthstone back to wherever our Hearthstone is, that should be quicker by a mile. I could ask Zygor, but Zygor tends to get it wrong when you have so few flight points. Because we should be able to easily get back to a portal to Orgrimmar here, and then we're good. Where are we? Oh, yeah, of course, I can't fly. So many frustrations. New account problems. How do we get to... Alright, let's try this then. You sure you want to start a new recorder session? Yeah, sure. I'm not sure I like this recorder thing. Maybe it's just because I haven't used it properly yet. I think I prefer Loot Appraiser. Loot Appraiser just seems easier. I might be able to set this thing up to do... Oh, okay. I might be able to set this up to do the same thing, but... Yeah, and there's not a huge amount of options. Right, now if we go, the portal is in here somewhere, if I remember right. In here to the left. Orgrimmar portal, there we go. There we go. You would think 15 years of experience playing this game, I'd remember a few more things, but when it's probably been close to a decade since I've actively played Horde, the world has changed since then. Right, so now we follow this path, and this should get us all of the copper and the good stuff there. Let's see how this compares then. Now the herbs here especially, I imagine, is probably pretty trash. Oh, I forgot to say, did we get experience from picking that up? We did. We're still getting experience from mining. The real challenge, silver leaf till 1 million. That's a challenge. That is a challenge. I mean, I'm open for challenges, but that's a little bit too far. That's going to cause somebody to get real hurt real bad. Silverleaf and Peace Bloom sell well. Really? I should really take a little bit of a look into this. Like I said earlier, though, the biggest issue I have currently is that compared to legendaries, before legendaries were a thing, and before you have like 10 million gold on a realm, I know this is going to sound like, you know, oh dear, listen to him complain, he's got millions of gold. But the difference between your average crafting and legendaries now is just bonkers, which means your time is just so much more efficiently spent. I can spend 20 minutes. I can invest a couple of million of gold, couple of million gold, spend 20 minutes crafting legendaries, and then a couple of hours selling them, and I can make 1 million gold by doing that. And there's not anything that even is remotely close to that sort of system. Now, if farming was, you know, 20-30% less efficient than crafting, then I'd still be incentivized to at least do it occasionally. But the inner need to optimize things makes it difficult. Look at the DB market. Copper ore, DB market nearly 4 gold. Earthroot 8 gold. DB market value on Earthroot. Peace Bloom 11 gold 41. Are you mad? Silverleaf 9 gold apiece. Holy smoke. Alright, fine. I take it all back. I take it all back. Alright, that's it, boys and girls. I'm officially a farmer now. Screw that legendary crafting system. Way too much like hard work. Way too risky. And gather copper ore for 1 million gold an hour instead. It's mad. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? Why am I pulling more stuff? I'm already going wildly off the route, but what you can do. I guess then, do people actually assign when they sell these materials, these low-level materials, do they take into consideration the time that it takes them to acquire them? So, for example, what I mean by that is if you say you can get 200 iron ore an hour, do people say, right, I want to make 30,000 gold an hour, and then they do the maths on, right, well, this is how much I need to sell my iron ore for to achieve that? Or is it just more of a case of that people just don't do it until the value of that material is high enough? Because I know the way that I would want to do it. I would want to make sure that regardless of what I farm, my pricing of those materials is based on me making like 20k an hour, something like that. People dump them whilst leveling mainly. Every few days they get reset by somebody who needs them in volume. That sort of makes a lot more sense. I guess it's only ults when leveling new players. Hell no, undercut. People let feelings get involved. Yeah, just undercut until your fingers bleed. If in doubt, undercut deeper. How are we doing, Joby? Welcome, welcome. See, this is much more valuable right now. Not having to rely on that jackpot arcane crystal find. But I guess that's the thing with the thorium ore, right? That's why it probably trends down so low. Because you're not actually there for thorium ore. You're there for you're there for the arcane crystals. The thorium ore is just a byproduct of farming for arcane crystals. It's like how I see prospecting in Shadowlands. The gems are just a byproduct. I'm not prospecting to get gems. I'm prospecting to get essences. Literally see it daily, then I just swoop in and buy it all. It's the way to do it. Flex your gold muscles. Let people casually undercut each other until they get bored of it, and then swoop in and buy it all and reset it. Once they've dumped their entire stock on the auction house for cheap. Silent professional here. Well, you didn't sound very silent. You started with a capital hell no. That's less than silent. That's the opposite of silent. That's incredibly vocal. Hey up, what's going on here? Where's me? Where have you hidden it? Is it in the rock? Oh no, it's here. Oh, I mean, it is almost in the rock. And highlighted it. Yeah, exactly. You might as well have stood on your soapbox and screamed it. Not very silent at all. People do not think their time is money. It's very true. That's why things like the Worth It add-on, I presume, are pretty popular, because it means that people don't have to. People have a simplistic understanding of their time is money, but what they don't understand is that there's a lot more to it than just like, for example, one thing I see this all the time on the WoW Economy subreddit. Actually, I see this all the time if somebody comes in and they're like complaining that Shadowlands materials are like too cheap or something for them to bother farming them, and then people turn around and say, well, you can go and farm ghost iron ore for 10 gold each instead of your shrouded cloth at 2 gold each. But what people forget to, point out is that you can get 5 times as much shrouded cloth as you can ghost iron ore in the same time. So actually, the value of the farms are about the same. It's more leveraged on, how many of a given material you can get. Whoa! Where did Sir Gruff or whatever his name come back? Why is he always dead when I land? Why does he start with no health? I don't get it. Surely he should be regenerating health. Stupid goat. Don't know what he's doing. If you're getting into flipping, understanding the market potential of an item is important. I calculate this by multiplying the DB market by the number sold per day by the sale rate. The value this gives then provides a good indicator of whether an item is actually worth flipping. Yeah, like I said, you can't just look at one factor being the individual item value when it comes to determining whether something is actually what it's worth or not. There's I'm working on a new TSM profile, Woo, that would probably interest you, as it's generating custom values for items and then basing profit margins and all sorts of stuff off that. I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream. You're wizardry enough to probably overview it and understand what it does, and maybe throw some thoughts at it. Your train of thought is steadily getting closer to my model. Probably. I've never been big into the flipping. I dip my toes in flipping markets, but for 90% of my gold making career, I've been pretty much into crafting more than anything else. Bots eliminated the actual cost of mats because the botters can, however, sell something extremely cheap because they do not think the item is valuable to them. Well, it's not, because they've acquired it. The I farmed it so it's free mentality only applies to bots. Because it didn't take a real person's time investment to generate those materials. That's where the system does fall flat on its face occasionally. So yeah, yeah, I see what you mean. Trend data and that kind of analysis of market potential leads to the train of thought. Then you try and systemize it. Well, that's what I've done with this new little TSM profile I've set up. I can't easily highlight it now because I haven't got any of the accounts open, but I've basically utilized the trend data both region-wide and locally. I've utilized that along with some fancy custom price sources to generate a value to every item, and that value is quite heavily based on the trend price. Hang on, what's going on here? So if it's trending down, I will value it at a percentage less. If it's trending up, I will value it at a percentage higher, which generates a value for an item. Then I've gone as far as to create custom price sources that generate a profit based on what that item is valued at. So sort of, how much capital do I need to invest into an item? And loosely put, the more capital I need to invest, the higher the profit I would like to see off the back end of it. And once you've got all of those custom price sources, so the custom price sources firstly work out the trend, then based on that trend they assign a value to the item, and once you've done an evaluation on the item, you can work out what your profit is going to be on it. And then with that information on board, you can very easily put together sort of fully dynamic operations that will float up and down dependent on whether the item is actually valued up and down. I will paste bin it and send you a link at some point, and you can have a look and cast your thoughts on it. There's not many people I know that would actually understand what it's doing and how it works, so I'd be interested to get feedback. There's only one significant downside to it. The calculations are complex enough that when I press post scan, my game lags for about 20 seconds while it does all the maths in the background. But it seems to work pretty well. Wow, I've managed to get that node whilst being attacked somehow. I use trend as a partial multiplier on the DB market. Yeah, I looked at it from the. I tried to cover all bases with it. I wanted it to be a kind of a one box solution. So whether you're crafting things, whether you're buying and selling things, whether you're farming things, it will all work together. So the valuation price source, for example, will take into consideration multiple things. So your smart average buy price, the DB market, the regional price. It takes into consideration a whole bunch of stuff, which is why the game lags every time you press post scan. But it's still work in progress, but I'll send you a link on Discord or something at some point. Ooh, flight point. I should start collecting these things, shouldn't I, really? Considering that we don't have any of them. This is already turning out to be considerably more profitable than the last thorium farm. The thorium farm only ended up being valuable to me based on the fact I was lucky and got 2 Black Lotus and an Arcane Crystal, when I probably shouldn't have done. This is just naturally valuable on, you know, just copper ore and dumb stuff. Nearly 300 gold in Peace Bloom, 230 gold in copper ore, a couple of Tiger's Eyes. They're all just random stuff they'll sell from time to time. Mining skill up to 73. Maybe we'll do, I might do a couple of laps gathering this sort of stuff. Then turn our focus to the next in the queue. So what's that going to be, like tin and iron? Go smelt. Yeah, I imagine I can probably smelt most of this into bars, gain skill points from doing it, and also probably make something more valuable. If I remember right, this is obviously trying to tap into long time ago memories, but it's actually about 75, 80 to where you learn all of the new stuff. In fact, the profession window will just tell me, won't it? Unlearned. Smelt tin at 50, bronze at 50, silver at 65, steel at 125, iron at 100, gold at 115. So yeah, we're at the point where we should go learn these things and do some smelting. So maybe we'll fly back up this way, complete the route, then take a pit stop in Orgrimmar, do some smelting. Pick up a few new bits and pieces. We're doing alright on the levels as well. I mean, we're nearly 33, which is a third of the way to our next flying milestone, which will obviously optimize everything a little bit further, which is very nice. Wait, stop shooting me! Alright, I'll shoot you back. I think I won that engagement. Yeah, what have we got going on down here? Copper ore. Yeah, this is a good spread of just stuff. Good spread of stuff is what we want. Nice selection of stuff we can throw up on the auction house. At least some of it. Some of it will be underpriced, some of it will be overpriced. We can probably list it all at 90% DB market or something and just casually take some sales from it. My hope is that by being on a ridiculously large server, that sales are near enough instant. Although weirdly, I imagine most of your sales actually probably comes from people trying to reset the markets than it does people actually using it, but... That's the one thing I do like about the really big servers. You tend to find there's a lot of what I would consider wannabe goblins that do the weirdest of things that you would never expect a normal person to do, just because it feels logical to them, even though to a seasoned goblin it's not logical at all. And the more wannabe goblins you've got on a realm, the more volatile the prices are on things. But occasionally you can get away with doing some ridiculous things. Like out of nowhere the copper ore market will just get reset to like 100 gold a piece. Because they think that it'll, you know, it'll be an instant win. Which if you happen to do it just before somebody comes in and needs a whole bunch of copper ore, it probably is an instant win, but... Lots of completionists finishing up old crafts on alts too. Yeah, there's many more reasons why people would be doing stuff, I think. This goes back to my point of just wanting to play on a realm with the more people, the better the chance is of somebody on that realm wanting to buy the thing that you're selling. Even if it's for no apparent good reason. Just the fact that there's 20,000 active players on this realm means that surely one of those people needs to buy some of this stuff that I'm farming relatively soon. And is probably at a position where they will pay whatever they need to pay to buy it as well. Whereas on your medium to low pop servers, the likelihood of finding that one person needing to buy random copper ore is probably very slim. Meaning that your items may end up having to be listed for a considerably longer time before you start seeing sales. Oh, ding, 33. Oh, we get our stun as well. That's handy. Put that on our bar. Now we've only got 3 levels out of this in, I don't know how long we've been doing this for. I would say we've probably been doing this for about an hour. Have we been doing this about an hour? How long's the stream gone for now? Maybe an hour and a half. It's about 30 minutes a level, I think. But 30 minutes a level, whilst making a bit of gold at the same time. I mean, it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. You could be spending 30 minutes on a level and not making any gold. And we might as well do this now, you know, while we're gaining experience out of it at the same time. I know we're flying slower than we would do if we waited, but if we waited till we hit 60 to do this, we'd do it faster. But by the time we're 60, we'll want to do other things. We'll have a lot more things on our to-do list. I know I tend to way overthink these things though. You've got lots of time to think about stuff though when you're farming. The only, I guess that is one thing about farming. It's usually mindless enough that you can very easily multitask when farming. Because only 1% of your brain needs to be engaged in actually farming. Especially if you just, you know, set up routes, follow a path, you know, follow the path and do what the thing says. And then your brain can be used for doing something else. Or in my case, used to try and string sentences together that hopefully are at least somewhat entertaining. I know you have set rules for this challenge, but if you didn't, doing laps of Wintergrasp on a class trial is about the most profitable way of getting starter gold on a new server. Lapse of Winter Grasp on a class trial. Titanium and Saronite. Yeah, you're probably right. With a can you use the auction house though on class trials? Few motes in the grand. Oh, you just mail stuff over. Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems relatively broken then. Yeah, sure. I've never really utilised that. There should be a... Where's the... Oh no, that's... Oh, boo. Where am I going? See, this is the downside of not knowing where the hell everything is. Where's the mining trainers in here? Mining trainer, there we go. I knew he was over here somewhere. So, we can now pick up bronze bar, tin bar, and silver bar. I guess we pick up cataclysm mining because we're here. And obsidian. What are we close to but not quite to? Iron bars, gold bars, okay, sure. Now we should be able to, in theory... let's take a look at mining through TSM. Is it more valuable for us to be smelting this sort of stuff? 15 gold profit on smelting copper. Yeah, I think there's something's a bit dodgy there. 2 gold for a copper ore. If we smelt it into a copper bar, we make 20 gold. No, I don't think we make 20 gold. I don't think that's quite how it works. But we might make 8 gold. Alright, sure. On top of the fact that we'll then probably be able to make... smelt the tin. Oh, we don't have any tin ore. Sure, okay. Okay, I came back to do some smelting. Nothing that I'm going to be able to smelt is going to do anything for us. So I think I missed the boat on that one. But at least we know we'll smelt some of that copper all the same. Diversify our copper ore. By the time we finish doing some farming, we'll smelt half of the ore into bars and sell the other half as ore. You know, tick both boxes. We might even smelt some bronze out of the tin bars, maybe. Tin bars are 5 gold a piece. The tin ore seems to have a value of about 3 gold a piece. Bronze bars, though, end up with about 10 gold a piece, which kind of makes sense. 3 gold-ish from a copper bar, 3 gold-ish from a tin bar is 6. Sell the bronze. Oh, but you get 2 bronze bars, don't you? So that's bronze bars makes it super profitable. Alright, and then eventually, yeah, if we get silver, smelt some silver bars. Yo, this low-level mining business is massively profitable. See, this is just NA in action. NA players just leaving money on the table. Genuinely leaving money on the table. Right, well, I guess we need some tin then. If Duratar was where we go for copper, where do we go for tin? Is tin on the list? There's not. Oh, there is a tin on the list. We're getting tin ore, core stone, lesser moonstones, moss agates, jades, shadow gems, and malachite. Let's add that to our import the route for tin. Where is it we're going? Hillsbrad, okay. How the hell do we get to Hillsbrad? I'm trying to think the easiest way to get to Hillsbrad. It's probably Undercity, right? Undercity portal, and then just fly. Is this the portal? Undercity portal, there we go. Let's head over that way. Undercity portal. Now we can just fly straight down. I thought it was meant to have. Thought it was meant to import the route. It didn't import the route. Okay. Alright, well, we'll go and have a look either way. Shouldn't it have put the route on the map? Did it say Hillsbrad? Farms, mining. Tin ore. Hillsbrad foothills. Did it not import route? Let's try that again. Worth it tin ore import. Can't dollar fix your add-on. No. Can we do? Okay. Oh, does it? Oh, does it only show if we're in the zone? Maybe it only shows if we're in the zone. Basically, just follow the rim of the snowy area. Let's give that a go then. So round here, you say? /roots. Ashenvale, Duratart, Silithus. Why is the one in Ashenvale? We didn't ask for the one in Ashenvale. We asked for the one in Hillsbrad. That's probably why it doesn't show on the map. That's probably why it doesn't show on the map. Where the hell's Ashenvale? Ashenvale's here, look. That's not the right route. That's not the right route at all. Can we try that again, please, Mr. Worth It? Did I select the right one? I might not have selected the right one. I can't believe I didn't select the right one twice, though. Look, it says location, Hillsbrad. Tin ore, Hillsbrad. I'll try it one last time in case I, Worth It, tin ore. See? There we go. Okay, I found a bug in the add-on. I think I found a bug in the add-on. How are we doing tonight? Doing a little bit of a combo of leveling slowly but surely, but trying to make a bit of gold through some farming at the same time. Nothing overly advanced, just some simple stuff to begin with. Getting the basics done. Alright, sure. Is Zygor gonna do me a solid? Zygor will do me a solid, surely. Zygor will give me a gold. Gathering, yeah, sure. Tin. No, doesn't have a tin route at all. Okay. Fair enough. Can't we... Because Zygor will only show me all of them. Huh. Alright, fine. This is why this is why I tend not to... Well, the Hillsbrad Briarthorn one will probably pick us up some... Is that going to be a similar... Oh, okay, that's then going around this way collecting herbs. Well, we need to do both, so let's just do both. Corthite down to 700 gold on TM. Yeah, probably. Probably. That doesn't surprise me. I think my smart average buy price ended up being about 800 gold. I expect it to go down pretty far, but as people restock their legendaries, it will the cheap stuff will get bought. I'll play some retail later on today. I mean, I'll play some EU retail, that is. Oh my god, there's herbs all over the place. I'll take all these herbs. Good for leveling up my herbalism all the same. Everybody trying to hide the tin ore markets. That's it. Secret tin ore markets. That's what it is. Trying to hide a gold mine. There we go. Straight out the gate. Moss A gate. Get it? Straight out the gate. Hey. Ever build your own routes with roots? It's pretty easy. Yeah, I do. I didn't really want to import Gathermate data because it just spams your map and you have to set all that shenanigans up and stuff. But yeah, I agree. Using roots is pretty easy. If it was for a constant farm that I would see myself doing more than maybe once, then I'd probably consider making my own. But I know too much of what I'm like, and I know that I'll probably level and probably not unless it's become super worthwhile. Come back here, so I'm just going on a mini world tour once, but for more frequent visits, I'll make my own routes. Yeah, I do wonder what the Corthite Crystal price is going to bottom out at. I think the next few days will be pretty key, since, I mean, the heavy-handed approach of Blizzard to just like basically 5x the amount of Corthite Crystals that people get, the knock-on effects of that will, it'll take a few days for it to realise, but I think I would not... I mean, I guesstimated that based on the original supply of Corthite Crystals, that we would probably see somewhere in the region of 400-500 gold for Corthite Crystals by the end of the patch. But this relatively heavy-handed boost to supply will probably push Corthite Crystals down to a very cheap price point before too long. Hopefully, so that they go back to the, you know, the original design philosophy and they become cheap enough for people to buy them to level up their legendaries slightly more efficiently. You know, instead of crafting loads of rank 1s, maybe spend a couple of 100 gold. Well, actually it's 40 times a couple of 100 gold, isn't it? Spend a couple of 1,000 gold more and make a rank 3 out of that rank 1 instead. give them at least a fighting chance of selling something. It's obviously apparent to most people that rank 4s do still sell remarkably well. So maybe it becomes, if Corethite Crystal gets cheap enough, I'd have to do the maths on this to work out exactly where the numbers lie, but if it gets to a point where you maybe craft 15 rank 1s and then start using Vestige of Origins to make rank 4s, you could then probably turn around and sell enough rank 4s at a price point that would mean that you could slowly chip away at leveling your legendaries that way. And you wouldn't have to feel like making 15 rank 1s, 15 rank 2s and 15 rank 3s is just a waste of time. Because it is a waste of time. Like, nobody's buying those ranks anymore. Nobody's got any reason to buy those ranks. If Vestige of Origins crafting price can come down to something more reasonable, it might start having its actual desired effect of being a catch-up mechanic. But I don't know where the natural threshold is on that. It would take a bit of maths to work it out. But you need to firstly you need to work out what is the actual crafting price difference between a rank 2 and a rank 4 naturally, and then you need to work out, well, how cheap would the Corethite crystals need to be to make it more cost effective to make a rank 4 with rank 2 mats and a vestige. And then we'll start to see you'll start to see what would be considered a floor price for Corethite crystals. It's not as much of a floor price as we see, you know, like with the vendor shuffles, but there's still there's still a soft floor price on Corethite crystals. But we've got a fair way to go though before we get to that. But this boost to supply is definitely pushed us in the right direction. I mean, I'd never done the maths on it, but I worked it out to be around the sort of 300 gold. It might be a bit less than that though, thinking about it. It's also going to differ based on the profession as well. I think this is going to be a weird situation for tailors as well, because the soft floor price for Corethite crystals will be maintained at a higher price point because the difference between a rank 2 and a rank 4 bone shatter piece or umberhide piece is a greater number than what it is between a rank 2 and a rank 4 tailoring piece, for example. I mean, rank 4 capes, for example, I think I can make those things for about 8k. So that doesn't leave much room to move when it comes to potentially using vestiges to make rank 4s instead of creating them naturally. But considering a rank 4 leatherworking piece may still cost 25,000 gold, maybe even more to craft, having some cheap Corethite crystals might there might be an option there somewhere. Oh, that's intrigued me now. I need to work that out. I should never do things like that. Look, we can work it out. It's real easy. Real easy, look. So we go. I've intrigued myself. Let's go leatherworking. So we know based on rough prices, let's take a mid-tier item. Gauntlets, pauldrons, treads, waistguards, whatever. In fact, let's do the legs because it's the one everybody cares about. Umberhide legs. Umbrahide legs, a single crafting cost of 7,100 makes a rank 1. And 16,800 makes a rank 3. But what we really care about is actually rank 2s to rank 4s. Because somebody will just make 15 rank 1s and just call it, throw them in the guild bank and forget about them. But then if you take a rank 2 price, which is 11k. So you take a rank 2 price at 11k. You add on to, and you want to work out the difference between that and the rank 4 single cost. And the difference between the two tells you how much you need to make your Vestige of Origins for. So then we take that one minus that one, and you have a difference of 17,000 gold. So if you can make your Vestige of Origins for less than 17,000 gold, it is more efficient for you to make a rank 2 with a Vestige to make a rank 4 than it is to naturally make a rank 4. And it will mean that people who are leveling up their legendaries can start making things that will actually sell rather than making the rank 2s that definitely won't. Why would you waste 11,000 gold making something that won't sell when you could spend more gold, still gain your experience, but craft something that will actually sell? So 17,000 gold is what is a number we need to get to, or less to, from the Vestige of Origins. So if we compare that against the optional reagents for leatherworking, Vestige of Origins, what does our Corthite crystal price need to come down to before our Vestige of Origins is less than 17,000 gold? Is it like 300 gold a piece, maybe? See, there we go. If Corthite crystals come down to 300 gold a piece, your Vestige of Origins through leatherworking is then only 13,000 gold. So we can even go higher than that. We can go, what, 400 gold? 400 gold is exactly 17,000 gold for your Vestige of Origins. So there's almost a, based on very rough current prices, you could, if Corthite crystals come down as low as 400 gold, you'll probably start seeing people do it at 500 gold. Because then you're spending 21,000 gold on your Vestige of Origins. You're then crafting, you're gaining experience from crafting those rank. We'll see a surge of rank 4s hit the mark. It'll be cheaper. This is, oh my god, this is going to make TSM groups and operations a fucking nightmare. Because you're going to have variations on how to craft your rank 3s and 4s. Now 3s we probably don't care about, but rank 4s we are going to care about. Because if it's cheaper to make a rank 4 using less raw materials and add a Vestige of Origins to them, then there's an interesting synergy there. So yeah, that's interesting. Corthite has a soft floor price of around 400 to 500 gold. I don't think we'll see them go much below 400 to 500 gold, because if they dip any further than that, then people will start using them for leveling them and making cheaper or cheap-ish rank 4s, which we know still sell. Not only do they still sell, they also sell at a profit, which is nice. So that will then be the way to level up your... Now you see that works for leatherworking. There's that soft floor price of 400 to 500 gold on leatherworking. But that's not to say the same for... Let's look at plate, for example. If we do the same, the greaves, we've got a difference in price of 7,000. No, hang on, that's a rank 1. We've got 11,000 gold to make a rank 2, whereas naturally a rank 4 is 28. Oh, so it's actually very similar. Okay, so leatherworking, it's tailors that are going to take the hit then. Helm, pants, chest, nobody cares about those. It's the cape, isn't it, that people do care about. So you got the different, yeah, see that's where the problem lies, right? You've only got, whereas you only need to be able to make your Vestige of Origins for about 17,000 gold to make it worthwhile through leatherworking or blacksmithing, you actually need to make your Vestige of Origins for the difference of what is 9.5 to 6,000 gold. So you ain't never getting your Vestige of Origins cheap enough through tailoring. Not to mention it's more expensive to make a Vestige of Origins with tailoring anyway. So yeah, the catch up is not going to work for tailoring. And Corthite crystals should never really get much lower than 400 to 500 gold then. Is the TLDR to that. Because if they go below 400 gold, they're ripe for people buying them to craft cheaper rank 4s and to level their professions at the same time. And of course, when you unlock rank 3, you're well on your way to crafting rank 5s technically, which there's still not much sense for crafting and selling or equally buying a rank 5, but I think people might do it all the same if the price is right. Huh, okay. That was an interesting squirrel that I had to pursue. Maybe that needs to be talked about in a bit more detail. We'll see what these Corthite crystal prices do over the next few days. This weekend is going to be telltale to just what the long-term approach is to legendaries. No, stupid bugs, I hate spiders. Oh, at least I have Beast Cleave now. Means Gruffhorn actually does some damage now. Loads of tin round here. I'm thinking I might get to sort of midway to our flight goal through doing a bit of farming, and then I'm concerned that we're gonna way out level our gear. That's the issue, which means I might have to then look at doing a few levels of questing to get a few bits of gear that won't be, you know, won't be dog doo-doo. We don't want to get left behind with our gear. Oh, stupid spider. Didn't I pick up intimidation? Why did I not put that on my bars? I swear I did. Knowing me, I got distracted by a squirrel. It happens all too frequently. herbs all over the place. Surpassed skill 100 now, so we're well on our way to being able to not only pick up more from each node, but also start farming some higher materials at a more effective rate. I've just realised this stream has accidentally ended up being a classic stream without me intending it to be. It's all good practice though. Is there any way to tell what the frozen herbs are before you pick them up? Or is it just, is a frozen herb basically just a random? I guess it's just random. Oh, 3 pieces of silver. The silver is valuable. I didn't even realise I was tapping a silver vein then. Yeah, following the snowy area seems to be pretty solid advice here, I think. Plenty of tin, few herbs here and there. How did we aggro him? Relax. So what, I'm really itching to get to higher level and start crafting, because everything I see of the NA realms is that profit margins are a good 10-20% higher than average on EU. I rarely see anybody with profit margins much less than 50% on the NA servers. Hickons, for example, is able to pull basically 100% profit. I have no idea how he manages to do it. Now I know he probably 5 heads the whole lot, but that guy is literally in a position where the meta game for him when it comes to gold making is how fast can he spend his gold. Because every single piece of gold he spends on a material, it comes back to him double. If he spends 1 million gold, he makes 2 million. If he spends 5 million gold, he makes 10 million. Which is just beyond ridiculous most of the time. It's probably not entirely true, because I know Hickon's he crafts and posts frequently on different accounts, and he probably buys a lot of materials on one account and then just purely sells things on other accounts, and a whole bunch of reasons to why his graphs look pretty impressive. But either way, the fact still stands. That guy manages to spend 20 mil and turn it into 40 pretty frequently. And there is no reason why I don't want me some of that. It's pretty insane. Yeah, Yeah, his biggest issue most of the time is he just can't spend gold fast enough. The faster he spends his gold, the more he makes. Then turns it into well, that's it. Yeah, then he turns it all into Hearthstone packs. That's why he's probably got every single golden card in Hearthstone now. And every time there's a new expansion, he buys like 400 packs or something. Whoa, where did you come from? Stealthy son of a... I'm at around 80 mil, but I just have it liquid. Hard for me to flip in my head. He's also got everything on Call of Duty. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. This is kind of the reason why I never end up with like huge amounts of liquid gold. Mainly because I'm very quick to buy something, to invest it in something. Now I know I'm not quite at the same scale, but for example, I will dip from having 13 million liquid gold to like 3 million liquid gold very quickly. But my focus is purely on turnover, which is why I worry less and less nowadays about what my material costs are. You have to be really cautious of material costs at the beginning, because every penny counts, and that's what this series is gonna. Oh, that was silver. This series is going to be a bit of an eye opener for me, because it's been a long time since I've actually had to focus on like purely min-maxing the small things in life. I wouldn't know what to spend it on unless there was a TG trading card game pet on sale or something. I mean, you must have a reasonable idea. Nobody makes 80 million gold without knowing what's valuable and what's not. Unless, of course, you've done it all by farming, which is equally possible, I suppose. Get a second battle net and dump it into tokens, if nothing else. Well, yeah, that's true. Just cap out a couple of battle nets and you're good. Can maybe double a mil or two fairly quickly, but large amounts is hard to move. But this is where you the sensible thing to do is start replicating whatever it is you've done now. Start replicating that on multiple realms, because there is definitely a glass ceiling to what you can do on certain realms. My my sort of what I consider my home realm, Sylvanas on the EU. I'm pretty much at that glass ceiling. I'm at the point now where my gold total is steadily increasing, because there's just less and less opportunities for me to reinvest it. I mean, I've already got every single legendary unlocked. I'm already crafting and selling most of them pretty frequently. I already have not a huge amount of competition on that realm. I physically can't sell much more than what I already am. So, my decision was to do the same thing again, but on a bigger realm. I had to create a new character just to hold gold on Tauren Mill today. That's a nice place to be. I've got 3 characters on Tauren, well 4 technically if you count my bank character. So I'm not quite there yet, but the glass ceiling on potential sales is much higher on a bigger realm. I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's much more achievable to sort of cap out your potential on a medium to low pop server, because there is just a limitation to how much flows through the auction house on a daily basis. Once you hit that sort of upper threshold, it's nearly impossible to push through it. But it's much, much easier to duplicate what you've already done on just another realm. And then you start looking at doing things like sizing down the amount of things that you sell, focusing on only the really profitable stuff, but focusing on only the really profitable and stuff on multiple realms. You then start fully multi-realm, buying, selling, flipping, crafting, whatever. And it's good times from there. One high value thing I'm investing in at the moment is the Corthia cosmetics. Should be good in 12 months. Yeah. There should in theory be a good supply of them now. Whilst most people undervalue them, or not necessarily undervalue them, but don't see the value in them because of the high supply. But yeah, as soon as everybody stops farming Corthia every day, the supply of those things will dry up. And everybody loves themselves a cosmetic. Currently investing in making the Lego necks, but there's not a lot of ingots on the auction house right now. You want to get yourself a blacksmith. If you're doing jewel crafting in any scale, you really want a blacksmith, because you want to be, at least whilst you're leveling up and growing your gold, you really want to be making your own Shadowghast ingots. If you're buying them, you're obviously saving yourself a bit of time in crafting them, but you are definitely paying a premium for the fact that somebody else has crafted them. Getting yourself, just like with just like you kind of need a enchanter as well for the enchanted heavy callous hides, the enchanted lightless silk, and whatever. Jewel crafting has a reliance on blacksmithing for its Shadowghast ingots instead. But yeah, buy a bunch of ores, set your blacksmith to go walk the dog, take a shower, eat dinner, whatever, come back, and there's your Shadowghast ingots. Especially since on busy days, something like Shadowghast ingots usually get reset. Throughout the week, I can usually buy Shadowghast ingots, on my realm at least, for about 60-65 gold, which is a little bit more expensive than what it costs to craft them. It costs, I don't know, maybe 50-55 gold on my realm to craft them. But I'm happy to pay 60 just so I don't have to bother crafting them myself. But on reset day, for example, more often than not, they get reset to 100 gold plus. So if you then have to start buying them at those inflated prices, say goodbye to any profit that your profit margin is just gone. Do you think it's worth getting into the Lego market on a high pop realm from scratch at this point? Wait a few weeks is my advice. At the moment, probably not so much. What you want to do is wait until the Corthite Crystal crash really kicks into gear. I did a little bit of maths earlier. Once Corthite Crystals start to dip to the 400-500 gold mark, you can start using Corthite Crystals and Vestige of Origins as a catch-up mechanism for the legendary system. At the moment, though, they're just too expensive to work like that, which means they're reserved almost solely for crafting rank 5s and 6s. And in turn means that if you want to get in on the market right now, it's super expensive to do it. That's not to say you couldn't or you shouldn't. It's just, you know, it's an expensive thing to get into right now. Especially if you're doing it from scratch. Sometimes time is more valuable than anything else. Yes. Yes. It's why I'm not... I mean, I know it's ironic that I'm currently running around picking up vanilla herbs. But for the most part, yeah. Understanding the value of your time when it comes to gold making is really important. Now, what's kind of ironic is by the time that I've leveled up all of this, I'll probably get to the point where I won't actually utilise it all that much. But I'm gaining experience right now. I'm actually slowly but surely levelling up. I'm slowly but surely increasing my gold total. I've only got 300 liquid gold on this character so far. By the time I hit level 40, I'm going to need 4,500 gold. Now, that's often not achievable just by doing questing, so that's why I'm sort of trying to kill two birds with one stone a little bit at the moment. Bit of leveling, bit of goal making. Keep it chill, keep it relaxed. Is paying for an EU sub separate than an NA sub? Yes. Yes, you have to have different accounts. One day I wish Blizzard would open it up so that if you have a World of Warcraft subscription, you can play on any of the servers, but unfortunately not. So this is an entirely separate. It's even on a brand new Battle.net account. This entirely separate, which is why I have 125 achievement points and 300 gold. No heirlooms, no mounts, no nothing. Friends across region now, I think they're heading that way. I think the reason they don't is because there's probably some tax implications. I'm quite sure of it. They would probably have to universalize the currency used to do something like that. They'd maybe have to, and that in turn. Like, whereas now you can use your local currency to pay for the game. I think if they made it, you know, one account for everything, they would probably be forced to make the global currency US dollars, which is all right if you know you already use USD, but it's not so great if you if the value of US dollars for you is expensive. But I'm not too sure how the implications of that work out. But yes, I would love to see one account, play on which server, wherever you like. I used gold, I don't care. Well, that's true. This account is actually paid for, you know, with real money right now, but my goal is to make it self-sufficient almost instantly. I mean, what's the token? What's the token over here? 190? 188,000 gold. I'm almost certain in the next 30 days I'll be able to make 188,000 gold. Even with very casual play. As long as I relatively quickly start any gold that I gather and create, start reinvesting it into something that will turn it into more, should be good. You should be able to buy sub with Blizzard balance. Yeah, you can do. It'll be 200k plus, and I soon guess the EU one will be 300k plus. Yeah. Yeah, the token price is steadily rising, and I can't see any reason why it's going to come down anytime soon. The only real thing that drives the value of the token down is new content. Everything else has a upwards effect on the token value. Now, we're going to need some pretty special new content for it to drive the value of the token down significantly. And I don't see us getting that new content for a while. A 9.1.5 patch is not going to do enough, I don't think. It's not going to be until patch 9.2 I think we'll see a significant decrease in the token. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure we'll get fully to the Legion ridiculousness of like 400,000 gold or whatever it was at the back end of Legion. But 300, easy. I mean, we're almost there. It's going to start making it very expensive to run 4 accounts every month. You've got to make a fair amount of profit if you want to spend 1 million gold a month just on game time. This is the vicious circle that I see so many people get stuck in. That they pay for their game time not by like scalable methods of goal making. They pay for their game time by farming, and I'm like, that's a crazy idea. Paying for your game time solely by farming gold is just a terrible, terrible, terrible plan. Because there's a very high limit to how much gold you can actually farm, and especially if it takes you 10-15 hours of farming to pay for your game time, and even more so if the token price keeps going up. You then end up you end up farming to buy game time to be able to have enough time to do more farming to pay for the next game time. It's a vicious circle. You'd be much better off, and my advice to most people is, if you want to play the game for free, pay for the game with real money for a couple of months, like you're sort of meant to. Use that time to farm up a bunch of gold, but then use that gold to, like, you know, invest in things, craft in things, and then take the profits that you make from crafting and use that gold to pay for your game time. But listen to me start sounding like a financial advisor. You do you. Optimal way would be boosting, but I don't boost. It's without doubt boosting is good for goal making. It's one of those though. It's not as lucrative as people think, since yes, you might get big paydays with boosting, but there's also a very heavy requirement on boosters to be geared to the teeth in the first place, which makes it a relatively... Ooh, who are you? Why are you... I don't want to get anywhere near you. You're gonna slap me silly. I think I'll leave that herb where it is. I mean, I've not investigated the boosting scene all that heavily, but I would imagine that you get a couple of big paydays with boosting, sure, but it's not something you can do as much of it as you wish to do. considering you spend a lot of your time just waiting for somebody to boost. And all of that time waiting is time you're probably not doing something else. It's probably a nice big payday when you find somebody to boost and get a lump sum. But generally speaking, it's probably not that great. And like I said, the super high requirement of you being like sufficiently geared enough for your boosting service to be of value. I'm not paying somebody for a mythic 15 boost unless they're 250 item level, you know. Especially community boosting after all of the middlemen have taken their cut. Well, yeah, that's true. Everybody in the chain is going to take a cut. And yeah, that probably doesn't leave the boostee, sorry, the booster, a huge amount of actual gold by the end of it. Selling threes queues and cancel reposting in between queues. Auction house PvP is considerably more valuable than boosting, without question. PvP boosts are probably worth. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's weird though, because most guilds pay for their progression through boosting now. It's a real odd situation. It's almost it's you know how like gold makers feel the need to do auction house PvP. Guilds feel the obligation to boost. It's kind of a necessary evil. Boosting in BFA was decent. Did 5 mask runs. Yeah, there's always something. There's always something that people want and will be willing to pay for it. I doubt boosters do auction house PvP. Who knows? No reason they couldn't. Torghast is the new 5 mask run. Yeah, I guess getting, what is it, like 5-star Torghast runs, layer 12 5 stars is probably a commodity that people will pay for. Always used to do scans in between BGs when I was into it though. It was pretty efficient while still being fun. Definitely more than enough to keep the gold flowing. Any form of if you're any form of multitasking is going to be way more efficient. This is why at a real fundamental level, this is why if you take herbalism, take mining. Because if you're out flying around gathering something, instead of gathering something, you might as well be gathering everything. There's almost no reason to not combo herbalism and mining. And at a very basic level, it's simply because of the optimization. Like, why would you fly over a herb instead of swooping down and picking it up whilst you're already out mining in the first place? Layer 12 is 125k, but I don't know, probably takes half an hour or so, still too boring. It's probably 125k if you're advertised price. If you're doing it part of a community though, it's probably, I don't know, 70k by the time it makes it to you. By the time the community takes its slice, by the time the person shouting in trade chat takes their slice, you know. Unless, of course, you are just doing it Mr. Solo independent. But if you do it Mr. Solo, Mr. Independent, you probably then don't do anywhere near as many runs as if you were part of a community, because of course you have to the advantage the boosting communities offer is, you know, some sort of reliability and some sort of peace of mind that it's going to go right, you know, and you're not going to get scamazed. Oh no, I'm going to pull that dude. This is not good. Hang on. Let's just let Gruffhorn die. I don't have play dead, so he's going to have to just tank this and deal with it. Although he's doing pretty well, considering that's a question mark mob. There we go. Sorry, Gruffhorn. You took one for the team there, son. Right, we're very close to 34. I think I'll get to 34, then I think we'll call it. I need to go get me some food. Getting real hungry. I'm hoping that the LFG won't be as packed with boosters now that they made it so that only 60s can make a listing in the raid and dungeon section. I mean, yeah. It's just another hurdle. I mean, it's like the easiest thing would be for Blizzard to just proper ban them. I don't know. I'm sure it'll have some effect. In fact, I'm almost positive it'll have some effect. But it's another example of Blizzard doing a band-aid fix. Why? Because not now having to be level 60. What's that going to do? That's just going to annoy everybody that actually wants to use the Dungeon Finder for its intended purpose. It's going to also annoy, instead of just annoying the people that were spamming all the time, it's going to annoy everybody that uses the dungeon tool. When the better solution would be is if you're spamming in dungeon queues for boosting, you just get banned. Just straight up. Just put your foot down, Blizz. Just ban them. If you don't want it to be a thing, don't make a bloody half-arsed band-aid fix that annoys, you know, the actual player base. Make a rule and then enforce it. It's your IP. This is not a democracy. It's Blizzard's game. Like they if they don't want something to be a thing, they should you know, make a rule and enforce it. Same with the oh, who's this dude? Jimmy the Bleeder. Pew pew him. He's a rare. Oh god, I forgot my pet was dead. Same with the multi-boxing thing. I wish Blizzard would just make a decision, you know? Do you want multi-boxers in the game or do you not? If you want multi-boxers in the game... Oh, we got upgrade to Bestial Wrath, nice. If you want multi-boxers in the game, give them a legitimate avenue to multi-box. If you don't want them in the game, ban them. Like, half-hearted, leaving loopholes open. Yeah, I don't know. That stuff just annoys me. But anyway, small rant over. I always start ranting when I'm hungry, so it's definitely clear that I'm hungry. I think I'm going to leave it there for today's stream, boys and girls. We did a huge, monumental, record-breaking mailbox over on the EU. I think it was, what, 7.6 million gold we picked out the mailbox this morning after a bumper reset day yesterday. We got a couple of levels, 4 levels chipped away over on the NA, but more importantly, we grew our gold value a little bit, if not in terms of liquid gold yet, but with a bag load of, you know, small little materials that we can do a bit of crafting with, get these up on the auction house, maybe turn this. What's our inventory value say? Inventory value is not a really good, not the best price source, but 16,000 gold worth of stuff. We're moving up in the world. It's going to be slow progress. It's going to be slow progress. But we'll continue on the NA tomorrow. Unless we get a 9.1.5 PTR land, which I have a sneaky feeling. But we'll continue on the NA tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. I wish you the best with your goal-making adventures. But don't work too hard. It's bad for you. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, though. Peace.